Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Maverick News Channel. It is Saturday, April 25th, 2026. The on-again, off-again peace talks between the United States and Iran, and I guess Israel by default, or maybe because of, depending on your point of view, are off again if they were ever even on again. Iran sort of sending someone to Pakistan, but not sending someone, people there, but the high-level people not really willing to talk. The United States is sending their dignitaries, but it's not really happening. Trump saying, I never sent those guys. A lot of conflicting information out there, as usual, as the chaos continues. We'll highlight all of that for you tonight. Also, it is the night of one of the biggest political events of the entire year, the White House Correspondents' dinner. And tonight is different because President Trump will be attending. But a lot of journalists will not be attending. So there again, we have something kind of flipped on its head. We'll be picking up some of the stream from that tonight to share with you. And I think it's going to be, I hate to use that word, interesting. It sounds just too cliche and too mild. This one's going to be different. It will definitely be one for the history books. But we'll be having it, we'll be covering it live for you right here on Maverick News as the night progresses. So stay with me. We have a lot of ground to cover this evening.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are Maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Let's get right to it tonight, shall we? Let's go right to the Truth Social scroll. Here's what the president is posting tonight. I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan, to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership, in quotation marks. Nobody knows who is in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call. Triple exclamation point. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. So where does that leave us tonight? Well, in an ongoing state of confusion and chaos, uncertainty. Now, Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner were expected to lead that American delegation in Pakistan today, but Trump says he canceled the meeting, saying the U.S. received a deal offer that should have been better from the Iranian delegation. I don't even know if that is true. He seems to just make things up. He's said before that the entire war is over. He keeps saying all of these things. So now I don't know if I should ever believe him. Israel and Lebanon yesterday agreed to extend a ceasefire by 3 weeks, though some of the clashes there between Israel and Hezbollah militants have continued to carry on, both sides accusing each other of breaching the agreement. And of course, because of all this, oil prices remain high. We have this uncertainty in the Strait of Hormuz. We've got a blockade on a blockade that continues. Oil prices still tipping the $105 per barrel mark. And of course, the real tragedy in all of this is the loss of human life. 3,400 people have been killed in Iran, according to the forensics chief. That number really hasn't moved since we checked in on things yesterday. Those strikes against Iran began back on February 28th. That is considerably longer than Trump said this was going to last. He said 3 to 4 weeks. We're now into the end of 2 months. Very close to the 2-month mark. 2,500 people have been killed in Lebanon. 32 have been killed in other Gulf states, and 23 have died in Israel. And in addition, we still have, of course, those 13 U.S. service members who were taken from us, and 2 more died of non-combat causes. It's being described by many as an unnecessary war. And Trump, the strategy, whatever it is, some say 5D chess, 3D chess, whatever. Others say there is no plan. It certainly does seem chaotic. I don't know if there's a way out of this. Eventually, I suppose there will be. But even Trump's allies, some of his strongest supporters over the past, well, since he came down that escalator, have started to abandon him. Alex Jones being among them, the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. You just go down the list. The whole MAGA base has really begun to fracture. It hasn't just begun, it has really started to break apart. Of course, he still has the really strong base that remains there. But this war, this was the thing that was the wedge that was driven in. And you could see that the whole issue of Israel, Gaza, that was a sensitive thing for Trump's base of support, and now this, as an extension of that, really taking a heavy, heavy toll. So the White House Correspondents' dinner also tonight, and the president has arrived. In fact, we have a video of him getting off Air Force One as he prepares for tonight's White House Correspondents' dinner. Hang on, we'll get you the video. Since everybody likes to see him departing or getting off the plane. Here he is. He's arriving. He's on his way. The dinner is getting underway. Okay, and let's just pick up the live feed from the dinner where People are arriving. And we have the live feed. Let's make sure that it's operating properly so we're good to go when the speeches begin, which is what we really want.
But respects the importance of the job. I'm not necessarily expecting him to say that, given the hallmark of his administration has been, obviously, and him himself has been going after reporters and going after the press, and I think we could probably expect that tonight. But, we'll see. I'll keep an open mind and hope he engages in some respectful dialogue with the reporters in the audience.
Is this a time for reporters to make some sort of show about the First Amendment, to make a statement to the president from the audience? Is this the time to do that?
I don't really feel like some people may want to do that. I personally believe that this is an important night, that it celebrates the First Amendment and always invites the president to come here and speak to the reporters who are gathered here, and the reporter can make his remarks how he sees fit. So it's not necessarily, I'm not an activist, I don't protest. My job is not to protest how one administration acts versus another administration. My job is to report the facts, listen to what the leader has to say, and report it objectively. So we can decide to express our views however we want. And for me, I want to listen to what the president says. And tomorrow on my show, Inside Politics Sunday, which I hope you all watch at 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Eastern.
In between watching the Washington Journal.
In between watching Washington Journal, that we'll be talking about how he spoke to the press tonight. Of course, this is notable, his first time speaking to this dinner.
And finally, Peter Slen, back in the studio, wants to know, who are you wearing tonight?
I don't even know the name of this tux, but I really enjoy it. I'm not sure who designed it, but I enjoy it.
It fits you well.
At least it still fits. That's the most important thing. That's why this one other good part of this dinner, I can make sure my tux still fits.
Manu, always a pleasure.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, John, we're going to drop that question. We are in D.C., not in Hollywood. Nobody has any clue as to who they're wearing.
Okay. So, yeah, this isn't exactly the fashion extravaganza you would get out in L.A.
By the White House Correspondents Association to this dinner.
So, yeah, tonight, Washington turning the spotlight on one of the biggest nights in political journalism. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. Hundreds of journalists, lawmakers, celebrities gathering at the Washington Hilton as we speak, as you can see. Red carpet arrivals underway right now. The main program set to begin in about 45 minutes. And so for the first time in his second term, President Trump will be attending the dinner. Comedian and mentalist Oz Perlman is hosting this year's event. The evening is traditionally a mix of political humor, celebrity sightings, and a little bit of Washington glitz, as you just saw. They're all in their tuxedos. And it also raises money for journalism scholarships. So we're going to keep a tab on things as the event kind of kicks off and people begin arriving. So as I say, it does raise money for scholarships for promising journalism students. It honors recipients of the WHCA's Journalism Awards for excellence in covering the White House and national affairs. And as you just heard them bantering about, it's also about celebrating the First Amendment and the role of a free, independent press. That will be interesting to see how the president approaches that, how often he will use the phrase fake news.
Good evening. How are you doing?
How are you?
So this will foster a night of friendly appreciation, they say, between the press and the president and the administration. I don't know how friendly it will actually be, though. This all dates back, its beginnings trace back to 1921. The first one, a formal dinner in 1921 at the Arlington Hotel. It began as a relatively small gathering of journalists to elect officers and build relationships with the president. It has grown into a major black-tie Washington event over the years. Some critics, though, note that the glitz, the celebrities, the media attention can kind of overshadow what the original purpose of the whole thing was.
He understands the political situation that he's in and has a bit of a detente.
So, a lighthearted, irreverent night blending satire, roasts, and maybe some civility. allowing adversarial press and politicians to share laughs and show mutual respect for the press's role?
2011
Maybe.
that he said that he called out Donald Trump, and a lot of people think that.
So the dinner symbolizes, and the sometimes tense but essential relationship between the presidency and the free press. You can't have a free society and a functioning democracy without a free media. And all of this, of course, happening while they support the next generation of journalists. And it is drawing extra attention tonight because of the call for a boycott by some journalists, including some longtime veterans and even retired prominent names in journalism. But the underlying traditions and the purpose remain the same tonight. Just go back to a little bit of the live feed here.
Aristocracy, party at a time of war. It seems inappropriate. It seems like Berlin in 1936. There's a lot of work to do in Washington, and they should be doing it.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Brenda in Palmyra, Pennsylvania, Republican. Brenda, how do you feel about the White House Correspondents' annual dinner?
I think it's great, and I'm totally excited to see President Trump there.
What would you like to hear from him?
Jokes. And I would really, just anything that he says is okay with me.
That's Brenda in Pennsylvania. Looked like John on the red carpet there was about to talk to Treasury Secretary Andy Besant. And if he does, then we will cut in and go right to John. In the meantime, we'll talk to Austin in Jacksonville, Florida, Democrat. Austin, you're on the air.
Hi, yes, I'm thankful for you guys for covering this event, but I just think it's quite interesting that the president is there.
Hey, Andy, Austin, can you hang on for just a second? John McArdle has Andy Besant at the red carpet.
The Treasury Secretary is joining us. Do you have a sense of how much an event like this costs tonight? The Treasury Secretary would probably have an idea, right?
No, this is a private sector event, so I'm only in charge of government finances.
How much has the president told you about what he's going to say tonight?
It's going to be a surprise to me too, but I think he has some favorites and some least favorites in the media.
Do you have a sense of who some of those favorites and least favorites are?
Well, I think we can tell from I'm not sure, is it 400 press conferences he's done? All the right ideas.
Of those, how many members of the media think has his phone number to chat with him?
Sorry, I don't know, but it's the most transparent presidency in history.
Where are you sitting tonight? Who are you sitting with?
I'm sitting with my friends at the New York Post, New York's hometown newspaper.
Is that your favorite newspaper?
By far.
How much do you think the president watches C-SPAN? You know the man.
Sorry?
How much do you think the president watches C-SPAN?
I think he watches select hearings and select events.
Always appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, sir.
Good to see you.
Back to you, Peter.
John, I'm glad you asked him who invited him. That's a great question, and the New York Post has invited the Treasury Secretary to the dinner. Again, this is a private event. It is sponsored by the White House Correspondents Association. If you are not a member of the White House Correspondents Association, you have to be invited to sit at their table. Now, let's go back to Austin in Jacksonville, Florida, Democrat. Austin, apologize for cutting you off there. Go ahead with your comments.
No worries, and thank you for covering this event. I just want to say that, freedom of press is one of the most important rights we have as United States citizens, and the attacks that we've had on our media are just not aligned with the traditions of our country. And I appreciate the president being there, and I would just hope that we can tone down the attacks on our First Amendment in this country, because it's what separates us from so many other nations on earth.
Austin, when the president talks about fake news, do you see that as an attack on the media?
I do, because I really think that most media is designed to tell the facts to an extent. I understand everyone has their biases, but I don't think that media is just out there to peddle fake news to everyone. I think that's just a buzzword.
Thank you, Austin. Doug Burgum, the Interior Secretary, is on the red carpet.
Doug Burgum is here, the Interior Secretary, Dana White as well. You were just talking about needing a permit to do a UFC fight outside of the White House. Are you going to grant the permit?
Absolutely. This is going to be spectacular. This is going to be one of the most memorable. 100 years from now, they're going to be talking about June 14th, 2026, and how fitting. The president that was president at our 125th, Teddy Roosevelt, he used to hold boxing sparring matches at the White House. Now we come up to the 250, and we're going to have the greatest show on earth that evening, and it's going to be spectacular.
Dana White, is that event going to be bigger than this event?
I couldn't have done it any better than I couldn't have done it any better than that. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the permits. We're going to need them.
We get that done here. Yeah. How much boxing and sparring are we going to see tonight?
Probably a lot. Yeah. This is my first one of these, so I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be a unique experience.
And Secretary Burgum, before you go, the changes to the National Mall, the upgrades that the president is doing, for folks who were here a year ago and they come back for the July 4th, what's going to be different for the 250th anniversary?
Well, under President Trump's leadership, for starters, you're going to see 82 less homeless camps around the city of D.C. because we've solved that problem by giving people the services they need and giving them a place to live, but not in a public park. They can visit every day. Free speech exists in all our parks, but they're not living spaces. And then 1,000 places where we had graffiti all fixed, and now there's over 20 sites where all the fountains are being fixed around thing. All President Trump's got an eye for it. If he drives by something and he sees an issue, he calls me. They're calling me his pool guy now because if there's a problem with the reflecting pool, he's like, call Doug, get the team on it. But the National Park Service has got a fantastic team, and whether it's fixing a historic marble fountain or fixing the reflecting pool, we have the team that can get it done. The place is never going to look better, and that's thanks to President Trump.
Before you both go, who are you sitting with tonight? Who invited you guys to join them at their table?
I am with Paramount Skydance.
NBC.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Right. Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, John McCardle. Mary, Sterling Heights, Michigan, Independent Line. Please go ahead and make your comments about tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Hi. The main thing I wanted to say is I think it's immature for this walkout that they're talking about. I appreciate that the president is honest and you hear what he really thinks as opposed to what you hear from the Congress. They lie. Look at all the things that are going on right now. The cheating, some of them are taking money. They're doing insider trading, and they lie. It's just they're not completely honest with you, and the president is. So I appreciate that. And another thing I want to say about the whole fake news thing is that I have been handicapped basically for the past year, and I've been watching the news and everything that's going on, and I'll flip between channels and see what each news channel, when there's an important, something going on, and you will see that it is fake news, and the next day it'll come out that what a lot of these stations like CNN, MSNBC, they were telling the wrong facts.
Mary, in Sterling Heights, Michigan, thank you. John McCardle is busy down at the red carpet.
Thank you so much. Peter, we're with the ambassador of Kuwait, Zain El-Sabah, has been ambassador for 3 years.
Okay, let's take a little break from that. And we'll take a little break with this and come back with some of the other top stories of the day. We'll keep an eye on things as they move forward at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as we work our way to the top of the hour and the main feature event, the speeches tonight. So stay with me.
We are the Mavericks. Welcome to the Matrix, baby. Hope you like the view. We are the Mavericks. shit. We are the Mavericks.
We're back. Let's check in on the current oil and gas prices, and then we're going to shift over and tell you what's going on the Canadian side, because that's going to tie into what Pierre Poilievre was talking about today, leader of the official opposition in Canada. Let's hang on here. Okay, oil prices, as I said, I think they're up still around 105 a barrel. Here we are. Yes. All right, $105.30 for Brent crude tonight, up 0.25%. WTI crude 94.40, Murban 103. And what about gasoline? That's the one that hits everybody in a way that we can understand at the consumer level. So gas prices tonight in Canada, first off, $1.71.60 per liter, average price across the country, 3.78 liters in a gallon of gasoline. A month ago, $1.70. A year ago, $1.36. That's because the government cut that carbon tax when Trudeau was in power. I think the average price was around $1.60 or $1.70 then. Cut that, dropped it to $1.36. Now we're back up. Kind of where we started from when Trudeau was still there. Okay, drop out of that. Let's get you the AAA price on the U.S. side. $4.08. Average price across the United States tonight for a gallon of gasoline. $5.92 California, $5.01 Nevada. So it has been sort of in that zone, stabilized over the past few weeks. Current average price $4.08. This is regular gasoline. A year ago, $3.16. So they've added $1 a gallon on average nationwide. All right, let's go back to the live feed.
Diplomacy at 2:50. And these events are kind of, on the lighter side for White House Correspondents Association dinner weekend. What does diplomacy mean to you, and why do these kind of lighter events, why are they important to diplomacy?
Well, diplomacy is relating to people and a relationship between societies, between countries, and not all relationships are heavy or very serious. There's also, a lighter side to relationships, and this is important, and of course it's very important, the White House Press Corps. I've lived in Washington on and off since I was 8 years old, and I always follow the press corps of the White House. So I want to congratulate all the professionals at the White House for the great job they do.
So we're here recognizing diplomacy at 250 years. What is diplomacy to you, and why does coming to an event like this matter to diplomacy?
Absolutely. Diplomacy is super important because it connects cultures. It promotes conversations where people can hopefully solve problems.
And attending an event like this is important to move policy forward?
Events like this create space and build relationships for diplomacy to occur.
So networking and connection, does that actually make policy happen?
Of course. That's the fundamental, the core principle of policy making. And diplomacy is about networking and connection.
Are you all planning to attend the dinner this year?
Absolutely.
And what are we expecting that we might hear from the president if he attends?
Well, I'd hope there's a positive message for America's next 250 years.
Well, I think he's going to be funny and a good sense of humor. I think
It's exciting that the president's going to be there. This is historic. I'm sure there are going to be lots of news being made.
I think he's going to say some things that'll make some serious headlines. We'll be hearing about this all through tomorrow. This is not going to be a typical White House Correspondents' dinner. I don't think so. This one, like the Trump administration itself, is different. Definitely different. Hang on, we'll be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Coverage over on Fox tonight is somewhat different than what we're seeing on C-SPAN, where you're getting, it's a public service C-SPAN, right? Which is why we've got that feed up. But so you're getting a fairly neutral approach to this whole thing. But over on Fox, look at this. Here's a comedian. I think this is Jimmy Fallon, I think it is.
Hey, girl. Jimmy Fallon standing on the red carpet at the White House Correspondents' dinner. Why am I not in the ballroom? Because they don't trust me near an open bar. That being said, every celebrity in Hollywood, every political influencer is about to come this way, and we're going to rough them up old school style and get them in the zone for Trump's big speech tonight. Probably the biggest middle finger in the history of comedy. I'll be taking it all night long at 9 p.m. on the Fox News channel, a special White House Correspondents edition of Fox News Saturday Night with your main man, Jimmy Fallon. Hey!
Different style entirely, right? So today, CTV interviewing Pierre Poilievre. They're portraying this as like a kind of a new sort of a story, but he's really been saying this for the past couple of days. And he's calling for suspension of the gas tax for the entire year. And of course, Mark Carney suspending the excise tax for the summer until I think the end of September to give Canadians a break as they look ahead to summer vacations and motoring across the country or across town, whatever your pocketbook can afford. Let me get you the clip here on CTV, though. This is something that I can't believe the lack of knowledge, but it's on full display here. The ignorance on economics. Well, here, I'll just play the clip. The host doesn't understand. Here we go.
What you've proposed to address inflation is less government spending over the past few years. But at the same time, you are proposing cutting these gas taxes, which will increase demand and therefore inflation. Why should Canadians trust your economic credentials?
Sorry, I don't understand that you're framing there. You say that
lowering a tax on gas will increase inflation?
Increased demand for the gas, which again could increase inflation.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I've never heard anyone saying lowering taxes on gas could possibly increase inflation. Exactly the opposite has happened. Every time you reduce gas taxes, go across the provinces that have done this, in Alberta, in Manitoba, and in Ontario, when they reduced gas taxes, inflation in those provinces went down next compared to their neighboring provinces. But I guess the Liberal mindset is that the way that you address inflation is through higher taxes. We've seen how that's worked. Canadians can't afford to eat after a year of the Carney Liberals and after a decade of this Liberal government. They can't afford homes after a decade of this Liberal government. So we see that more spending and more taxing by the Liberals makes life impossible for hardworking Canadians. They deserve an affordable and a prosperous country, and that's what Conservatives would deliver.
All right, I have to move on to the next question.
He's right. Lowering gas prices because you cut taxes doesn't increase inflation because you are reducing a price. Inflation is rising prices. You're cutting the price of something, which makes it more affordable. It also doesn't, see, it's sort of a, not an accurate way to frame it either, to say that it increases demand. Lower prices don't increase demand. The demand for products and services is there already. It's just about how much people can afford. If it's less expensive, people will buy more of it. They have demand for it. It's just that if you can't afford it, or you can't afford as much of something, you'll buy less of it, or you'll substitute something else. The lower prices don't fuel the demand. The lower prices dictate how much of something will be consumed or purchased by consumers. Where supply and demand intersect, that's where you get your price on the graph. It's not that complicated, but I'm not going to say any more. But Polyev is absolutely right there. So if you're wondering about it, like if that news anchor interviewer confused you, don't let her. He's on the money there with regard to lowering prices and lowering taxes. That's the opposite of inflation, actually. It's not to say that you're into deflation. It takes a little bit of the sting out of rising prices. Have you seen what's been going on with Russell Brand, the celebrity? Yeah, live streamer. I don't really watch him. I'm aware of him. I just happened a couple of days ago, actually yesterday even, one of his feeds popped up on my screen over on Rumble. And he's still wrapping himself in the Bible. So here, I'll show you. It's amazing. This is a guy who led this very hedonistic lifestyle, facing all these sexual assault charges. Now when these latest rounds of accusations came out, and he ran to God and started holding up the Bible and wearing the cross. I said this is not genuine. This guy is hiding behind religion. He's trying to use it as a shield as he deals with these charges, these accusations. Here, look at this, man. Here he is over on Rumble. You see this is a still frame. Look behind him, like, I guess that's the Russell Brand Bible. Is that what it is? I don't know. Is it a book? You tell me in the chat, because I don't watch him. But prominently displayed, I think maybe they're selling those things. It wouldn't surprise me. He's got them all over the place. These other guys who join him on the broadcast also displaying, it appears to be the same book to me. Is that the Bible? Anyway, he's like over the top with the religion, right?
Hey, that story was Elisha, 2 Kings, when Elisha prayed, open his eyes, Lord, that he may see. And then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. He thought he was like, down and out, and the enemies were too big. He just said, open his eyes. I think that's a good prayer, always.
Open my eyes. Where exactly in Kings is that? Because I'd like to look at it.
It's 2 Kings 6.
Oh. Yeah, well, I suppose, see, what, like, in that moment of contemplation and prayer last night, I've had a felt experience of this is not reality. Now, it's very difficult to encourage people to look at the world that way because it's invisible, but that's throughout the book is the kingdom of heaven is on the earth. It's all about us. You can't see it. How am I going to explain this to you? It's a bit like, there's it's a bandwidth challenge, isn't it? So how do you explain to people another layer of reality? Don't be afraid, the prophet answered. Those who are with us are more than those who are with them. And Elisha prayed, open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see. Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. As the enemy came down toward him, Elisha prayed to the Lord, strike this army with blindness. So he struck them with blindness. I reckon it's, I'm trying to, like, a drug addict is trying to spiritualize the world. You're trying to make the world spiritual. Can you fulfill me? Can you complete me? Can you distract me? And it can't, and it doesn't, and it won't. And if you go the addiction, chemical dependency route, you'll realize it really, really quick. You'll realize it quicker, or you'll die trying. And if you're still doing it in ways like mundane ways, it can take forever. I think that people are suspended in a false reality, in a false identity for the majority of their lives. It's one of the paths you can go. It's the path that
So I bring this up because, of course, there's this interview that he did with Piers Morgan that's gone viral. I think it was a couple of days ago he did it, but it's still online. So I just thought I'd highlight it tonight. I have the big clip that's going viral online. I have not seen the whole interview. I don't really have much to say, in terms of analysis on this, other than it's getting a lot of attention. And I'm wondering what you guys think. I'm going to look in the chat here in a moment over on the main Rumble channel to see what you guys are thinking about it. But here he is. This is the clip, I believe, from Piers Morgan, where he challenges Russell Brand to give him the passage from the Bible that he, I guess, was referring to or was highlighting when he went to court. And then he has trouble finding it. It was sort of an embarrassing moment for Brand. I think this is the clip. Let me just run it for you. We'll see.
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. You're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me. Man, I'm not going to mark it before. It says here, The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day. But this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
I'm going to look in the chat. What do you guys make of that? Do you are you buying it? Do you think that he's really found God? I'm not buying it myself. Nordic Pagan Soldier says F Iran. That must have been before we began this topic. Norfolk, who dresses like that on TV? I don't know what you're referring to. Was that the comedian? Anyway. Rosemary Mac, Lindy, yeah, he's gone off the deep end. Funny JT has his ex now. Was Katy Perry Russell Brand's ex? Is that what we're talking about? See, I dip into the chat and I don't know what's going on. Maureen says, very odd. Lindy, don't buy it for a second. Pro-line player, not a chance. Yeah, I don't buy it. He's looking for some way to cushion the blow of these charges. 127 2B50. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, you believe it? Oh, and Lindy, yes, she was. So Katy Perry was Russell Brand's main squeeze for a while? That creeps me out in a way, too. I'm not sure why, but it does. And JT's, oh my God, it just... Oh, stay away from me, all of them. I don't want to go anywhere near any of them. Okay. Yes, Perry is his ex, says Rosemary Mack. And Norfa says, I'm so done with people finding God. Yeah. Me too. Yeah. I'm kind of done with it too. I'm not buying it. You know what I see right now with a lot of that? Money. I see the money and the mega churches, and so much of this stuff just reminds me of the televangelists, the guys who for a long time, and this, I guess it still goes on TV, it's like they preach the gospel on television and get people to donate, and big time money. All of that stuff. My dad, I'm not really a church-going guy. My dad always says to me, well, he doesn't say it now, but he's often said, you're a better Christian than a lot of Christians, because I don't smoke, and I don't drink, and I don't do drugs. And, of course, I'm a sinner like everybody else. I'm far from perfect, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. All right, let's go back to the live feed for a moment here, shall we? Here we go. We've got something funny going on, I think. I don't know exactly what it is, but we'll pick it up here if we get to it in time. Don't know if we're at the beginning or the tail end of it. Get the audio up.
I tried to give him his drink tickets. Do we have the drink tickets? It's okay.
Repeat XF.
What is Triumph expecting from the president's appearance tonight?
Oh, well, this is such a special day. You know, I mean, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, an annual gathering of the press that celebrates, or in tonight's case, fondly remembers free speech. It's a beautiful thing, you know, and it's also a night when members of the press sit down for a lavish multi-course dinner served by some of their former colleagues.
Triumph, the insult comic dog, has been here all night on the red carpet. How long are you staying? You going to stay afterwards and catch people on the way out?
Yes, I am. For example, I was trying to, you know, I mostly spoke to people in the conservative media. The liberal media was afraid to talk to me. Isn't that strange? Because it's the Daily Show I'm representing. I was trying to help them with Trump. You know, I was saying, you know, if you don't want to get hit hard by Trump, you can just hold up one of these in front of your face, and then he'll leave you alone, you know?
Triumph, the insult comic dog. We appreciate your time on C-SPAN. Thanks for stopping by. It's your first appearance now in the C-SPAN archives.
Is it really?
It really is.
Okay, all right. Well, it's an honor to be here. C-SPAN is one of the least boring networks on television. For me to poop on!
Peter, that's Triumph the Insult Comic Dog.
Yes, John, that was, and I simply want to congratulate you on your finale on the red carpet. Final question. I've been to a couple black tie dinners with you. Who tied your tie?
It's a
That
clip-on.
would be our colleague Nate Hurst, but thanks for that, Peter.
There we go. Okay, I knew somebody had to. All right. John McArdle will be going into the dinner. He'll be sitting with Director of Policy. One of our guests is from J.D. Vance's staff. J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance will be at the dinner tonight because the trip to Pakistan for the peace talks got canceled. So the President and Mrs. Trump, J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance will all be at the head table. The President is now departing the White House with Mrs. Trump, you can see. And again, it'll take, in a motorcade, 4 minutes, 5 minutes tops to get up to the Washington Hilton Hotel. It would take you and I much longer to get up there because of traffic. And so he will be arriving at the hotel shortly. They now bring the president at the Washington Hilton in underground because of the 1981 shooting of President Reagan. They developed a new entrance there. It's underground, so you don't see it. And basically, the president will be isolated from that big crowd you saw in the ballroom a few minutes earlier because he will be coming in a back way. Then he will just come right up onto the stage. The dinner is due to begin at 8 p.m. with the presentation of colors, the pomp and circumstance that opens a dinner. That part goes on for about 15 minutes or so. And then they eat. And after that, while they're eating, we're going to have two guests here, the former editor-in-chief of USA Today and Mike Dubke, who was with President Trump in his first term. They will be here on site with us. We'll be discussing the dinner, talking about issues, taking your calls as well. Looks like Kash Patel is in the ballroom itself. Do not know who invited him. Again, you have to be a media organization and a member of the White House Correspondents Association to have a table. And you can invite whomever you want. And of course, celebrities and administration officials and members of Congress, these are the ones that typically get invited. Just a few minutes now before the dinner starts, we'll watch as the president departs the White House to the Washington Hilton. Gregory is in Guidon, Louisiana, Republican line. Thanks for holding, Greg. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. Well, I'm a first generation Republican. I just turned 68 years old Thursday. And I'm looking forward to seeing what our president has to say. I hope he does some joking media jokes that the media would enjoy laughing. And because I was watching on C-SPAN 2 on the recent presidents, and they had some laughs, and I laughed along with them. Now, I just want to say thank you for taking my call, and I really love Donald Trump. He's my president and always will be.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, Gregory, what was playing on C-SPAN 2. We've been playing a lot of the old speeches and from past presidential dinners all day long on American History TV on C-SPAN 2. They'll play again in the overnight, but not during the dinner itself. David, Nashua, New Hampshire, Independent Line. Hi, David.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I really appreciate it. How are you doing tonight?
How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much. My name is David Shunk. I'm from New Hampshire. I'm independent. I've usually voted Republican, but I'm really interested in this dinner tonight. You know, in the past we've seen kind of a turbulent relationship between the media and President Trump, but I hope he's able to crack a few jokes and put his issues aside and try to tell some jokes to bring the country together. And I think that'll be a very positive message to not only the press, but for the United States.
Thank you, David, in New Hampshire for calling in. Well, Weisha Zhang of CBS is the president of...
Okay. Let's take a little break here, come back on the other side, and I'm seeing in the chat that I'm being told Katy Perry was Russell Brand's ex-wife. Well, that just shows, that proves what I said. I was being honest. I just have never really paid much attention to Russell Brand. Oh, well, I guess I better catch up. More coming. Stay with me.
Maverick News. Expose lies and tell truth. The world is watching.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day.
Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Have you seen this story? Again, I'm catching up on this. We've had so much stuff going on. I honestly can't fit all the news of the day into a single broadcast, it seems, because there's just so much going on. But here's the news release from the Office of Public Affairs over at the Department of Justice in the U.S. This is a soldier who was gambling on on this operation in Venezuela. Here, U.S. soldier charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets. So this guy involved, it's sort of like a new twist on insider trading. We're sort of rigging things, right? Potentially. Ken Van Dyke allegedly made more than $400,000 trading on Polymarket on the basis of classified information regarding the timing of a U.S. military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. I'm reading the media released directly here. The Justice Department announced today, 2 days ago, the unsealing, was it 2 days ago, April 23rd, of an indictment charging Gannon Ken Van Dyke, a U.S. Army soldier, with unlawful use of confidential government information for personal gain, theft of non-public government information, commodities fraud, wire fraud, and making an unlawful monetary transaction. The charges arise from an alleged scheme in which Van Dyke used sensitive, classified information to make wagers on Polymarket, a prediction marketplace. As alleged in the indictment, Van Dyke participated in the planning and execution of the U.S. military operation to capture Nicolas Maduro, called Operation Absolute Resolve, and Van Dyke used his access to classified information about that operation to personally profit. Van Dyke will be presented today before U.S. Magistrate Judge Brian S. Myers in the Eastern District of North Carolina. The case has been assigned to U.S. District Judge Margaret M. Garnett in the Southern District of New York. Our men and women in uniform are trusted with classified information in order to accomplish their mission as safely and effectively as possible. They write, this is the Attorney General being quoted, trusted with classified information in order to accomplish their mission as safely and effectively as possible, and are prohibited from using this highly sensitive information for personal financial gain. And Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said, widespread access to prediction markets is a relatively new phenomenon, but federal laws protecting national security information fully apply. So the announcement makes clear no one is above the law, and this FBI will do whatever it takes to defend the homeland and safeguard our nation's secrets, said FBI Director Kash Patel, who is at the dinner. Any clearance holders thinking of cashing in their access and knowledge for personal gain will be held accountable. Prediction markets are not a haven for using misappropriated, confidential, or classified information for personal gain. It just goes on, and they quote these various officials. Wow. It was a long shot, and looks like cashed in. Big time, bigly. 400 grand, but maybe short-lived gains. Holy smokes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go back to the live feed.
Probably in my teens, and I'm 66 years old, and I look forward to this evening every year, and it's disgraceful that he hasn't done it. This is the first time in his 2 presidencies he's done it, and I'm up to see. I'm keeping an open mind, put you that way. How about that?
Thank you, sir. There is Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard on your right in the black dress, and that is Erica Kirk, who is also at the dinner this evening. The blonde. Steve, Houston, Texas, Republican. Steve, you with us?
Good afternoon. I'm excited to hear what President Trump has to say tonight at the Correspondents' dinner. I am 61, almost 62 years old. I have been voting since I was 18 years old. And I can say that I have never voted for a Democrat. Even if there was one person on the ballot that was a Democrat, I would never vote for them. I am a combat veteran, and I'm excited to hear what President Trump has to say tonight.
Okay. Hey, Steve, since you're calling from Texas very quickly, you voting for Ken Paxton or John Cornyn in the Senate down there?
John Cornyn.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. We appreciate it. Well, we've learned that the travel pool has arrived. That is the pool of reporters that travel with the president, come rain or come shine, 24/7, wherever the president goes. And this again goes back to 1981 and the Reagan shooting when they did not have the press, the traveling press there. And they have arrived. So that means that the president has arrived as well. The pomp and circumstance opening of the dinner should begin in just a few minutes. And we're looking at live pictures from the Washington Hilton Ballroom. Seating capacity 2,000, but I'll bet you there's 5,000 people in there. Skip, Waldorf, Maryland, independent line. Go ahead, Skip.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. As a Navy veteran and a former member of the Fourth Estate, I've seen this event many, many times. I've actually attended it as a working journalist. And I'm hoping tonight that my colleagues do not wear these pins, because journalists are not supposed to be part of the story. Now, yes, I am offended by the remarks that President Trump has made towards members of the media. I think it's very small that of a person that does things like that. And I think that we should, as journalists, rise above that and not, wear these types of pins. We are not supposed to be part of this story.
Hey, Skip, I apologize. You cut out right at the beginning. Have you attended the dinner in the past?
Yes, I have, as a working journalist.
All right. Give us your impressions of the dinner and its import.
Well, the dinner is supposed to be a lighthearted type of affair where members of the Fourth Estate, interact with the President of the United States, and his staff are usually at the different tables as invited guests. And, Trump has always avoided this, or he has avoided it since 2011. And, it should be lighthearted. Now, maybe we'll see a different president tonight.
All right, Skip in Waldorf, Maryland, thanks for calling in. Joe, Marathon, Florida, Democrat. Joe, you're on the air.
Why, thank you. I'm glad that the president has shown up for this event, but only on his terms. I have a 3-point plan for President Trump to truly make America great again.
Hey, tell you what, why don't you just give us the first point, because the dinner could be starting at any second. You see Secretary of War Pete Hegseth there on the floor in the ballroom. Go ahead, Joe, 1 point.
Confess all his sins, moralities.
All right, Joe, we got the point. Thank you, sir. Tommy, Tomball, Texas, Republican, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I appreciate being able to talk about it. I'm just really can't believe the press, the indignance of the press. I'm 70 years old, and I have never seen a president attacked the way the press attacks him. I'm a proud Republican. I've been a Republican all my life, and I just can't get over how they ignore everything else that's going on. I mean, if you look at the stuff with Biden and so forth, they ignored it. He couldn't hardly talk, but yet the press wouldn't investigate it. Anything that Trump slips up on, they jump on and say that we're going to have to impeach him. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't understand it. I can't comprehend it other than the standard phrase, Trump derangement syndrome. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you, Tommy, from Texas. There, just a minute ago, we saw Secretary Pete Hegseth talking with presidential advisor Stephen Miller. Next call is Barbara, calling in from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, independent line. Hi, Barbara. Hey, Barbara, how far from Mar-a-Lago are you in Palm Beach Gardens?
About a half hour.
A half hour. Okay. All right.
I think. Right. I'll be brief. I was taught not to lie, and if I did tell a little lie when I was a child, I better confess and tell the truth. My question, I guess, is, or my comment, as an independent, there is proof in the news that some of what the journalists or the TV journalists have said or that have been denied, have been proven wrong. I'm a little nervous. I don't usually do this. But I was wondering, lots of people are concerned about questioning what will President Trump say. I'd like to know, is any journalist at all going to admit and apologize for the lies that they told? I'm not interested in having anybody do a mea culpa. Just say, we were wrong, we're sorry, and apologize, and go from there. And that's about it.
Barbara, thank you for calling in and voicing your point of view. We're expecting the dinner to start in just a minute. It looks like people are finally getting seated, which means the president's in the House. And in a minute, there will be the presentation of the colors. There'll be the band playing. There'll be the Pledge of Allegiance and a welcoming from Wei Zhejiang of CBS. Pamela, Philadelphia, Democrat. Good evening to you.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to let you know that I've been watching your sister station, C-SPAN 2, most of the day. And
aren't those addicting? Once you start,
oh my God, yeah.
I do the same thing, and I've seen them maybe 50 times each. And every time I watch one of those old speeches, I'm just, reminiscing and laughing. It's fun. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, the best ones are the best speeches, I think, were given by Obama, Bush, and Obama and Bush. Those were the best.
Yeah,
going back.
Now, of course, the dinner just about to begin here. All of this happening tonight, as I said, a lot of the MAGA base fracturing. We've even seen Tucker Carlson come out and apologize for supporting President Trump. Ben Shapiro, though, coming out just a short time ago, taking the opposite stance and attacking Tucker Carlson, saying he's not apologetic at all. Here's Shapiro.
I'm going to say something that has somehow become bizarrely controversial. I do not regret my vote for President Trump in 2024. Not one iota, not one bit. And frankly, I find the entire conversation about regret pretty confusing, because here is the thing. The alternative would have been President Kamala Harris. That's the whole thing. It would have been Kamala Harris, and then it was Donald Trump. And let's be clear, the vast majority of things that President Trump said he would deliver on, he has delivered on. And the vast majority of principles that he said that he believed in, he has effectuated. So why are all of these people suddenly confused that he's doing the things he has been saying for 40 years he was going to do? And why do they think it would have been better if Kamala Harris had been president of the United States? So let's go through some issues, starting with immigration. I'm old enough to remember when the border was fully open during the Biden administration. That is because I am more than 2 years old. I remember when there was a gigantic influx of drugs across the southern border, fentanyl being shipped across the southern border. In fact, I even went down to the southern border and I went to the area where they ship over the drugs, and I could see Mexican cartel drones flying above American territory. All of that under Joe Biden. And I'm old enough to remember when Democrats were calling for the complete defunding of ICE, which, by the way, they are still doing. They had a completely open border for years on end. President Trump pledged he was going to close the border. And then you know what he did. He came in and he closed the border. And it turns out that for the first time in modern history, we actually have a net loss in terms of the people
the
coming in.
Vice President arriving. We'll go back to Shapiro maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the nation's colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band.
stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier. Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News. And to the other past WHCA presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're going to get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
So the dinner begins, and we will take a break and come back. And the speeches will commence shortly as we continue our coverage of not just the House Correspondents' dinner, but the top stories of the day as well.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're going to pull out of that video. Of course, there will be certain subjects that will no doubt come up tonight. The war in Iran. I don't know how much they will touch on Ukraine. Probably not at all. Maybe a passing mention. It won't play prominently. Iran likely will. There'll be something in there about that. I would not be at all surprised if the whole thing with the Epstein files comes up. UFOs, definitely going to be talking about that tonight. Those are my guesses. If you have any thoughts on what the target subjects tonight might be, drop a note in the chat and I will make mention of it, or I'll try to. Anyway, somebody in the chat earlier asking if Canada has sort of an equivalent event. And yes, there is a media dinner every year held by the Canadian media, just like this with the Prime Minister. So yes, that does happen. Let's go back here for a moment.
And then get your assessment of whether Donald Trump
video of past
will
dinners.
do the same thing.
You even tied my recent surgery to my age. Well, I got to be honest with you. I had that same operation when I was young, and it felt so good I wanted to have it done again before I was too old. Larry also said that preparing me for a press conference was like reinventing the wheel. It's not true. I was around when the wheel was invented, and it was easier.
As you all know, when you're president, you don't do anything at the last minute. I had the Secret Service come over here this afternoon and do that usual security sweep before a presidential visit. Place was clean. No broccoli.
I mean, I am not doing so bad. I mean, at this point in his administration, William Henry Harrison had been dead 68 days. I mean, my stimulus package lived longer than that. Jay Leno's here. Now, no matter how mean he is to me, I just love this guy. Because together, we give hope to gray-haired, chunky baby boomers everywhere.
I was going to start off tonight telling some self-deprecating jokes. But then I couldn't think of any mistakes I had made to be self-deprecating about. So I want to talk about some serious issues, such as... Okay. Here it comes. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear proliferation.
4 years ago, I looked like this. Today, I look like this. And 4 years from now, I will look like this. These days, I look in the mirror and I have to admit, I'm not the strapping young Muslim socialist that I used to be.
I'm really excited to be here tonight with the only group of Americans with a lower approval rating than I have.
So Mike Dubke, all that self-deprecating humor, as a former director of communications for the Trump administration, does it work? Is President Trump able or willing?
So, first of all, as any comms person in any administration, having to write humor for your boss is like the hardest, worst possible job one could have. So generally what they do is they farm it out. So you'll have a bunch of comedy writers. I've heard from some of my Democratic counterparts, they'll go to SNL writers and get jokes in. And I know Republicans do the same. So it's not an easy task, one. Secondly, when you're presenting the jokes to the principal and they're making fun of them, you want to make sure that they get the joke too. So that's also hard, bringing the jokes in that are self-deprecating. Now, getting to your question about Donald Trump, I think he's going to tell a lot of jokes tonight. I just don't know that they're going to be about himself. So I think I'm very curious how he handles this at the dinner.
Karen Bohan, the Trump administration currently has a 48% approval rating. There's some issues going on in our country and in the world. Can this dinner be used as a reset in any way? Does that work?
Definitely not a reset. I mean, there is an audience for the dinner, a very big one. People are fascinated by it. I mean, I guess it could be a reset potentially in how he deals with the press, should he want to make it that. Traditionally at the dinner, the president gives his speech, is funny, makes fun of the other party, is self-deprecating at times, and the speech almost always closes with a tribute to the free press, and that is an olive branch. And so, arguably a different tone with the press could come out of this. Do I think it will? No.
Okay, here's the argument on the other side, and we heard this on the red carpet from a lot of Trump administration officials. Hey, every reporter that's in there probably has his number on speed dial, and they can just call him directly, and he picks up the phone and he talks to them. Isn't that a free exchange? And every day he holds a news conference. Anytime he's in the Oval Office, here comes the press. Anything, any question is welcome.
I mean, that is a really interesting aspect of covering him, because the reporters who cover him, people, when I was editor-in-chief of USA Today, people would be like, oh my gosh, it must be so hard for your reporters to cover this administration because he insults the reporters. But, the thing that people don't think about is what reporters want more than anything else is access, and they get direct access to President Trump.
And Weijia Zhang of CBS currently has direct access to President Trump. This is a live picture of the president and Ms. Zhang talking on the dais. When you write a speech for President Trump, where do you start?
Well, you start with whatever the main topic of the speech is. It's like writing a speech for anybody else. You want to make sure that you're covering those issues and the programs that the administration is putting forward, and making sure that you're hitting all of that, all of those notes. But you also know that when you write a speech for Donald Trump, that he's going to go off script. And so when you're working your way through it, you're looking for those spots where he can go back to items that he's comfortable with, that he'll riff on. But the most part, it's it's like writing a speech for anybody else. You just have to get those pieces in. What I was going to say, just to follow up on your point of access, I always made the argument that President Trump was the most accessible president we've ever had. He doesn't do as many press conferences as others, but he's almost always available on the way to Marine One. He brings the press into the Roosevelt Room, into the Cabinet Room, into the Oval Office, as you mentioned. And that level of accessibility is fantastic. What I heard from reporters was it was also exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Exhausting. And they always had to be prepared. So I did not understand this at the time. I said, well, we're giving you more access than you've ever had before. And they go, yeah, but not the access we want. And I go, what do you mean by that? And they said, we want to go in there with a list of questions that we've prepared and we're ready to go at a press conference. When we get called in at the moment's notice and have to shout over our other reporters and maybe get to ask one, yes, we have access, but we don't have that quality access, I guess, that they were looking for. And that's a difference.
But I would say that those impromptu moments are quality access.
I see it. Just a second. We have an issue here at the head table at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If we can go to that full screen, it looks like the head table has been evacuated. I saw Oz Perlman talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump, and they are evacuating. It looks like they're taking all the security folks out of there at this point. If we could get closer.
Okay, so this is
it looks like the ballroom. I cannot see if people
breaking news development.
This is the quietest I've ever seen the dinner. Can we go?
And you can see weapons drawn there.
We understand that shots were fired here at the dinner.
Oh my God!
And we'll find out what's going on here shortly. You can see a lot of. Here come the Secret Service. Let's go. Let's go in full screen.
So we are live with this.
See if we can hear.
Emergency broadcast now. Shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And this is live from the dinner in real time. So we'll stay with this
Karen
live.
Bohan, you've been a association president. What is the security? People seem to be walking out relatively calmly. Karen Bohan, you were association president. What is the security considerations like when a president arrives
The
at the
security
Washington Hilton?
obviously is taken very seriously in their meetings way in advance with the White House Correspondents Association, the Secret Service, the hotel staff. There is a lot of planning that is put into an event like this. You've got 2,600 people in that ballroom, not to mention all of the people in the hotel. I was at the venue earlier, and there were protesters outside. There was a security perimeter. In fact, it was tighter security than I've ever seen. I did notice, though, that at least 2 protesters got into the lobby, and that shouldn't have happened.
So Mike Dubke is a former Trump insider. Does the Secret Service have the last word, basically, on any travel movement?
Basically on anything that comes around any traveler movement of the president, absolutely. And they would have worked with the dinner organizers, with the hotel. This is a location in Washington, D.C. that's used every year for this event. So this is not a unusual place to hold a high-level event with a lot of security.
And I believe that they use this ballroom so often that the waiters and waitresses and et cetera all have some type of a security clearance that they can be in there and serve the president. Right before this started, we saw Oz Perlman, the mentalist, talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump. He was right there, and they were doing some cards, and it'll be interesting to see what they were talking about. But by now, it's been maybe 5 minutes since this shutdown. Is the president back at the White House by now, do you think?
If
knowing
not knowing any of the threats here, but I've got to believe that they would have removed the president from the scene. That's part of the protocol.
Yeah, they took him off the stage. So, that kind of changes the mood of what we're all about to talk about tonight. We don't have any updates at this moment. We do have the dinner. You can see that the ballroom is still full, and as we sit here and watch,
so we know that.
We'll absolutely stay.
What do we know? Only what we've seen.
Take your calls.
We know that shots were fired, but we don't know if shots were fired at the table at this point, or if they were fired at a person or people who were in the audience. So the circumstances around this, we really don't know.
For independence. Karen Bohan, you mentioned that you were at the Hilton earlier, meeting with colleagues.
Head table, all the people evacuated from the head table.
What was the security for you to get through the perimeter? Because it's not just a hotel; they set up a perimeter now, don't they?
They set up a perimeter. They were checking tickets.
7 minutes ago that this happened.
You were only supposed to be allowed in if you were a guest.
And if somebody got a ticket, a protester got a ticket, then they could make it in at least to the hotel, correct?
Yeah.
Could they make it into the ballroom? Because we're talking magnetometers. And we have somebody on the phone now who works for the Washington Hilton. I apologize. Malika Hall, who is attending the dinner, is a C-SPAN employee. Hey, Malika, what's going on? What do you got?
Hi, I'm in the room right now. Originally, a lot of people were under tables. We're now all standing up and looking around. All of the secretaries and the president has been removed from the room. I'm not exactly sure what happened. All we heard was yelling and being Secret Service, and yes, I'm okay. Thank you. And then Secret Service running on tables, and luckily I have C-SPAN employees near me, just reassuring me that we're all okay. But yeah, President Trump obviously has been removed from the room.
Hey, Malika, were you close? This is Peter. Were you close enough to see the Secret Service take Mr. and Mrs. Trump out?
I was close enough, but I was under the table, so I did not see it firsthand.
Really? What made you? Was there a noise? Were there loud noises? Did it sound like shots?
I did not hear any shots. You just heard yelling and just commotion, like someone yelling through the room, or maybe someone came in. I'm really not sure what happened.
And did somebody tell you to duck, or did you just instinctively get under the table?
I instinctively got under the table, and other people were getting under the table as well. So it seems like the common thing that was recommended to do.
Hey, Malika, how far from the stage are you right now? From the head table?
Maybe a couple yards. I'm very close. I'm maybe 2 tables away from the stage.
And
I was very close.
Has the stage been emptied? Is everybody that was at the head table, including Weijia Zhang of CBS, have you all?
The entire stage is empty. Yes, everyone from the stage is gone.
Okay, it was weird. Malika, we were sitting here, here with Karen Bohan and Mike Dubke.
I want him to call into the control room and get on the air from this room.
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah. Malika?
I want John
Yes, hi.
to do a phoner.
Okay, we have John here who could also
Is John McCardle there? Great, let me talk to John.
He's here, right here.
Thanks, Malika.
Okay.
Hey, John, it's Peter. You're on the air. And
Hey,
how
Peter.
close were you to the stage when this
Yeah,
occurred,
Peter,
whatever
we're
this event
about,
was?
Peter, we're about 4 tables back from the stage, and there's just a lot of confusion about what's going on. So I'll give you the sequence of events. Everybody's having their salad. Boom, 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 boom was what I heard.
And John, did they sound like shots, or
everybody
was it just
looked
loud
back
noises?
to the back of the room. At that point,
John, you with us? Darn, I can imagine all the self-service going on there. Karen Bohan, what did you hear in that conversation? We'll hopefully get John back.
So obviously, you know, the guests in that room were very afraid. It's unclear, you know, what the loud noises were. But as I was saying, Peter, there was a breach of security to some degree, because I did see some protesters.
And did that strike you as odd that they were in the hotel?
So not only were they in the hotel, but they were on the red carpet. There's an upstairs red carpet where guests can go and get their picture taken. And there were 2 protesters there that had signs saying, "Arrest Pete Hegseth," and they were yelling for an extended period of time. I was surprised that they weren't removed more quickly. And I was also surprised that they got in with those signs.
Mike Dubke, give us some thoughts on what
frankly,
we've been talking
it's
about here.
given the level of security at any event in Washington D.C. and the individuals that were at this event, for the most part, I've got to believe that the majority of them go through magnetometers almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So to hear that there were protesters there for a long period of time, that is very surprising. But these events are generally locked down fairly tight, and you know, people arrive hours early to get to their table, to get in line and to get through. So again, all of this, especially in Washington, and not being outside in a place where you might have local police or others who aren't used to this. This is a very controlled situation.
Yeah, and we can see that everybody's remaining in the ballroom. All the guests are remaining in the ballroom. And John McArdle, who's at the dinner, and everybody is saying there were loud sounds. So not confirmed to be shots, but loud sounds, and that initiated this, what happened here. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to re-rack where we were in the tape and be able to look at exactly the sequence of events. Again, Oz Perlman was talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump at the head table. They were having, you know, some kind of a, you know, whether it was a trick or not that he was doing, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And I think we all saw the Secret Service running across those front tables. And it sounds like the cabinet, you know, the Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio's, the Sean Duffy's, who are all there as well, have been evacuated. And no activity at this point at the head table, including all the journalists. So hopefully somebody will come out and give us an update of what happened.
So, Peter, the layers of security at the event tonight, as I said, a couple of protesters did get into the lobby, but even if you got into the lobby, to get down to the ballroom, you would have to show your ticket to go down the escalator, and then you would go through magnetometers.
And now we have some folks coming back. Whether or not they're straightening the chairs. All right. I can't tell if those are Secret Service or if they're journalists.
You know, and this is only a speculation on my part that they're holding everyone in the room until they can make a decision as to whether or not they've gotten control of the situation or not. So that none of this seems, you know, after these major events, this.
And we will try to get John McArdle at the dinner back on the line, or somebody from C-SPAN to hopefully give us an update. The fact that everybody's still in the room says quite a bit, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially a room full of journalists who want to go out and report what just happened. So
exactly.
I'm sure they're being held there by the service, and
well, we'll keep an eye on that front table as well. So this is a first.
It is a first.
Yeah, this is never happened before, I don't think, in the history of the dinner.
No, not to my recollection, but you know, this is indicative of a level of political violence that we've seen the uptick of, and so you know, unfortunately, I'm not sure anyone in that room is surprised.
Hey, John McCardle, our C-SPAN colleague who was at the dinner. You are back on the line. John, you were going to walk us through the sequence of events. Go.
Yeah, Peter, we were sitting here having dinner. They were serving a salad, and suddenly boom, 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 4 is what I heard from the back of the room. Everybody immediately just trying to figure out what's going on. When I look back to the front of the room, the Secret Service and the long guns and the military stage, President off the stage, the Vice President's off the stage. Everybody's still trying to figure out what's going on. It seemed to me it came over my back left shoulder into the exit that's to the back of the room. At that point, all the cabinet secretaries start to get hustled out of the room. Various groups of Secret Service are shouting out for cabinet secretaries, asking them to raise their hands, or at least calling out them. I don't know if they're saying raise their hands. They're then sort of climbing through the tables and chairs. Most people are down beneath their seats, and they're pulling out individual cabinet secretaries and hustling them out of the room. Other dignitaries besides cabinet secretaries were hustled out as well. It was more like state delegations as well. But at this point, it's everybody just kind of trying to figure out what's going on. You know, I don't want to add to the mix. I've heard different things about what could have happened outside. Haven't seen anything myself. It's all what people are saying. I don't know if you are.
All right, and we will take this as gossip and conjecture. Is somebody speaking at the podium? Not yet. Somebody's up there, though. John, what are you hearing as conjecture? This is conjecture.
Yeah. I mean, that they're...
Unfortunately, John, you're cutting out. Once we find that one location and we get you back on the phone, don't move. You with us? Yeah, I can imagine all the cells. We'll get a better connection with John and we'll continue our conversation. So you've got 2,000 journalists in this room, all hearing things, conjecturing. Mike Dubke, does anything, I mean, what's your initial gut on what just happened here?
Well, depending on, I mean, again, it's all speculation, and it all revolves around the loud noises. I think if you were in a room and there were actual shots, that would have been a very distinctive noise. It could have been something outside of the room. He sounds, if what John was saying about the exit, it could have been somebody stopped before they got to the room. The interesting thing, I think, for your viewers on all of this is each one of the cabinet secretaries has their own security detail, as well as the Secret Service that's
telling them to
there.
raise their hands.
Well, but they're all in the room as well, I would imagine. And so, I mean, they generally have 2, 3, maybe 4 people that are with them, each cabinet secretary. So you had a lot of security in this room, given the number of cabinet secretaries that came to this event.
And they're still up there on the stage. Can't tell if they're about to make an announcement. It looks like some attendees are back up there, so whether they're going to seat or not, I don't know. But in the meantime, this was maybe 15 minutes ago, and we're going to show you a replay of what happened, and here we go. Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. When you watch that, what do you see?
So you see people on the head table taken by surprise, and the president whisked out of there very, very quickly.
Did you hear those four loud noises?
Yeah.
I heard those too, didn't you? But
yeah.
the president and Wei Zhang didn't seem to have a quick reaction to them.
Well, I mean, you've been in a room with hundreds of people and the conversations that are happening,
right.
and you're having a personal conversation, most likely trying to lean in and hear the person speaking to you. And your microphones are picking up noises. Again, it sounded distant, at least from the microphones, but that is not surprising that they wouldn't have heard a thing.
Well, hey, Greta Bronner of C-SPAN is at the dinner, and she is on the line. First of all, Greta, what we're seeing on the scene right now is that all the attendees are filing out. Is that correct?
Yes, and I just left myself, actually, so I was able to talk to you because there's not cell service down in the ballroom area. So I left the building. I'm standing outside. There is a large police presence outside. The attendees are filing out, and it's unclear what's going to happen next. The lobby of the Hilton is where the action happened before the ballroom. I'm not sure. It was unclear what was happening in the ballroom itself. It sort of obviously caught everyone by surprise as we were sitting there and the dinner was getting underway.
Greta, did you see the president and Mrs. Trump being hustled off?
I did not. It happened so quickly. I was talking to folks at our table. I heard a clattering of what sounded like plates. Turned around, and the vice president, the president, the first lady were gone. That's how quickly it happened.
Okay. All right. So you're standing outside the Hilton now. You're on Mass Ave or Connecticut Avenue? Or close by Connecticut Avenue, which is where the hotel is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Is the dinner over?
It's hard to know at this point. When I exited the ballroom, I turned around to law enforcement to go try to find a different way out. And he said to me, you cannot come back in this way. So once I had left the ballroom, if anyone leaves the ballroom, you're not getting back in. I believe he said to me, this is a crime scene. You are not coming back in this way, back through the metal detectors to get into the ballroom.
Okay. He used the term crime scene.
I believe.
Okay.
So.
Hey, Greta, stay on the line.
It was a rush to get out.
Okay. But it looks like everybody was stayed in there for a while.
Yes, and it was as the president, first lady, and the vice president were rushed out, there was another wave of law enforcement that came in after them. They escorted out the Health and Human Services Secretary, RFK Jr. Then I, next to our table, saw the Secretary of State escorted out, Marco Rubio, the Small Business Administrator.
When you
Kelly
say
Loeffler,
escorted out, I mean, are we talking about, pardon me, covering the protectee or just walking them out?
Walking them out with law enforcement surrounding them. For RFK Jr., he had more law enforcement around him, escorting him out. Their weapons were revealed at that point. The Secretary of State had less of people around him, and he was escorted out toward the dais where the president had been, and they went back through that room when they were brought out. We also had the Small Business Administrator close to our table, and she was also there were law enforcement surrounding her as well.
Hey,
Kelly Loeffler.
Greta, are you guessing that the president is back at the White House at this point?
He was evacuated, from what I understood, and he is no longer on the presence on the grounds.
Great. Hey, Greta,
there are helicopters.
Yep.
There are helicopters circling right now.
Okay. All right. Hey, Greta, stay on the line with us. I think we just saw John McCardle, who's still in the ballroom. Nope, John is not there. Wei Zhang is back at the dais. Let's listen.
I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Zhang of CBS just shared that the program will resume. Did we lose Greta? I think we lost Greta. Let's
So that is
let's check in with
amazing
John
that they're going to
McCardle.
continue this thing. So we're
Okay.
awaiting more
Okay.
details of
Hey,
what exactly
Greta, are you
happened,
still with us?
whether there were actually shots
Lisa
fired
Zhang
or
of
not.
CBS just said that the program will resume. So I take it that everybody's safe at this point, but probably not return of the president and Mrs. Trump and Vice President Vance.
And the rest of the cabinet
I would've-
secretaries as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've been removed from the Hilton.
And Greta, you think you're going to have trouble getting back in, huh?
I think so. I think so. The crowds are, they don't appear that they are at this end of the building where I'm at. Folks have left the building. It's a room for journalists, and as I'm talking to you, Peter, I hear a journalist saying, "I'm headed to the bureau." So folks have to do their job at the same time when you have an historical moment like this.
Okay. Hey, if you don't mind just staying on the line, just so we have that connection to the Washington Hilton until we get John on camera, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. They are back. No, they're back up at the dais, but looks like they're doing some technical. They're doing some technical work here. Hey, Karen Bohan, who is our guest here, and not doing the program that we had predicted that we would be doing this evening. We appreciate your rolling with us. When something like this, as a reporter, when something like this happens in the middle of mundane activities, what happens at USA Today?
So for any reporter in that room, whether they're USA Today or the Washington Post, they're thinking, how can I file a story on this? How can I get information out? And it has to be very frustrating because not only do they not know what's going on, but as we talked about earlier, cell service is terrible in that ballroom. It's awful.
Yeah, so Greta is out. Our Greta Bronner is out, and she's on the street, and she was able to hear us. So,
one
go
quick
ahead,
thing.
Mike.
I've noticed they haven't taken the seal off the podium. That is unusual. If the president, and they are measuring the teleprompters.
And what does that tell you, Mike Dubke?
It tells me the president might actually be coming back.
Really?
I would be incredibly surprised if that happened, but generally you would take the seal off the podium and you would not be measuring your teleprompter distance. So that was an interesting.
Hey, John McCardle,
shock.
I don't know if you heard Mike Dubke saying that, but the seal is still on the podium and they're measuring the teleprompter. Is the president coming back?
So we're told that the program is going to continue. I don't know if you heard Wei Zhang.
We did.
She made that announcement. You're right. The seal is still on the podium. Just a few minutes ago, probably about 10 minutes at this point, they were trying to get all the reporters to leave out of the door behind them. I don't know if you saw the shot, and many of the reporters did. But as that was happening, one of the members of the White House Correspondents Association came out and said that the dinner is going to continue. And then you heard Wei Zhang saying that everybody obviously wants more information. She'll have some more information, but they're getting a signal now that it seems like the program is going to continue, Peter.
John, you're still in the ballroom, correct?
I am.
How
Peter.
full is it at this point?
It's still pretty full, Peter. I would say the part of the room that emptied out was the room part of the room that was closest to that entrance that they opened and was telling everybody to leave. So all those tables are empty behind me. But if you switch this camera around, everybody is still at the tables to the center and on the left side of the ball.
How much, not damage or destruction, but how much did the Secret Service leaping over those tables disrupt? the setup.
I don't know if you saw that, Peter. They were coming through, knocking chairs out of the way. They weren't real concerned about tables or glasses, obviously. But there was a decent amount of tables and chairs that had been flipped. I only saw one person who was being carried out who seemed to have some sort of leg issue. I don't know if that happened with the Secret Service member leaping over them or leaping on them. But one person was injured leaving, and they were escorted out by a Secret Service member with a gun.
Terrific. Hey, CNN is reporting that a shooter is in custody at the Correspondents' dinner. Greta, have you seen any activity outside? You said you mentioned a large police presence.
Yes, there are several police cars. There's law enforcement outside of the exit that several of us went through. I'm here with Jonathan Allen, NBC political producer, and he just told me that he's leaving. He does not plan to come back. Jonathan Allen, can you just tell us what you saw when you were in the ballroom?
Sure. I didn't see a lot. What I heard was a couple of percussions that sounded like gunshots. If anybody's heard a gunshot before, pretty clear. However, it was somewhat distant from the ballroom, or appeared to be some buffer in terms of the sound. And then the room got basically swarmed with law enforcement officers screaming for everybody to get down. I saw Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., whisked away off one side of the stage. The president obviously was removed very quickly. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, moved through a center aisle. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson's wife, was under a table for a while. He had been spirited out by his security, and then they had to go back and get her. Obviously, a very mortifying moment for everyone in the room. But very difficult to see what happened, in large part because it appears to have happened outside of the ballroom that everybody was in. And Greta, I'm going to give it back to you.
Peter, as you just heard from Jonathan Allen, from his perspective of what happened when this all went down this evening, numerous people have been filing out and don't appear that they are going to go back in. We heard from Weijing that they will proceed tonight. However, folks have left and they don't intend to come back. So we'll see what the attendance looks like if indeed they continue with tonight's program.
Greta, thank you. Stay on the line. Mike Dubke, you called it, it sounds like, when you talked about the measuring of the teleprompter and the seal, because it sounds like the president may be coming back.
I am going to be highly surprised if the president comes back, but, you know, just as he performed in Butler, you know, this president seizes a moment, but that seal being still there and the measurement, I mean, that is very typical of getting ready for a presidential address in a speech. But generally, you know, you'd see, and it was interesting, you watched, the president was taken out, and then the cabinet secretaries, and then there is a hierarchy in Washington when it comes to emergencies such as this. And you also heard, you know, the service protects the principles, and sometimes spouses get left behind, and it's a terrible, terrible thing that happened. But you know, the security performed the way they needed to.
And Greta, we will continue to check in with you if you find anything else outside of the Washington Hilton. But let's check in with John McCardle. John is still in the ballroom. John, you're on the phone with us, correct?
I can hear you.
All right.
So,
what do you got for us?
Peter, so we've turned our camera around 180 degrees. Before you were looking at me towards the emptier side of the room. You can see behind me that most of the room, most of the reporters and the folks here are still waiting around. The folks sitting at the door when the Secret Service initially came in and said, everybody out. Yeah, Peter.
John, just keep your head still because you break up every time you turn your head. So just look at the camera, okay, and just talk to us.
So, Peter, behind the stage, obviously, so this side of the stage, from what you're, as you said, they haven't taken the president's plaque off the podium, and there's been some movement on stage there's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There has been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed the salad course. I don't know if that means they're going to continue serving with the course, but if they're doing that, it's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner, and we're just watching what happens here.
Okay. Karen Bohan, listening to all of this, I mean, what would you be doing as a journalist right now if you were caught in that room, or would you have gone to the bureau, gone out of the room?
So I would have stayed in the room because, you know, in the room is where you're going to get probably more facts and find out what happened. You know, one of the things that a lot of journalists are doing is, I'm sure, talking to people who might have been in other parts of the hotel where they might have seen something happen, you know, because the noises that we heard were muffled, and figuring out exactly where they came from.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at the CNN banner saying that Trump is safe after shooter in custody at Correspondents' dinner is what CNN is reporting. I haven't seen any further news beyond that, but it was maybe 45 minutes ago now that the dinner was just getting started. They were, as we know, getting their salads. Oz Perlman, the mentalist, was talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump on the podium. Let's watch what happened again. And that's what happened about 45 minutes ago. Now back to the live ballroom. Let's see what's happening up there. Nope, people are still talking on the phone. Nothing is moved yet. John McCardle, any update for us?
Peter, it's literally a lot of waiting right now, trying to figure out what to do. The reporters in the room obviously don't want to leave. It's just kind of the nature of reporters who want to see what happens. It's a lot of checking phones, checking in with family members, people asking if they're okay, people asking if other people have information. But like I said, there's also people popping some of the bottles of wine that hadn't been opened yet. I think people trying to relax after an obviously stressful time just about 45 minutes ago.
John, first of all, have you called Laura? Have you contacted your wife to let her know you're okay? And B,
yes, Peter, thank you.
And how stressful was that for you? I mean, how much stress did you feel? Did you have a fight or flight response?
No, Peter, it's what the heck is going on? You know, we were talking about it afterwards. I thought a table got tipped over at first. It wasn't a distinct pop, 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 pop. It was more of a bang, 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 bang. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, it wasn't what I expected. What a bullet sound would sound like. But apparently it happened through the doors and upstairs, so maybe that's part of the muffling from what we heard in the room, which is why everyone's reaction was, I think, a little bit slower of like, is that what we thought it was?
Hey, yeah, John, talk to that. Greta told us that this happened in the lobby of the Washington Hilton Hotel, and the ballroom is like 2 levels down, 1 level down?
Yes, it's about 2 stairwells down. You come into the lobby. You saw where our red carpet coverage was, Peter. That same floor is the lobby area. You go past where the red carpet was. You take a left. You go through magnetometers, dogs, I would assume bomb-sniffing dogs, that sort of thing. We had to go through all of that in the lobby. And then you go down 2 levels, and that's the height of this room that you can see to get to where we are, which is why cell service isn't great down here. But if this happens...
And, of course, right there he cuts out. Right after he mentions cell service is not good, we're going to have to move you a little bit, John, or get you somewhere so we can have that good coverage, but we appreciate your time. Now, Fox is reporting that the president is returning to the dinner. Yeah. Mike Dubke, does that surprise you, knowing President Trump?
It does not surprise me, knowing President Trump. It surprises me that the Secret Service are allowing him to return to the dinner.
Do you think the
does
Secret
surprise
Service
me.
had a role if he wanted to go? Can the president overrule?
Absolutely, he can. Generally, they listen to the Secret Service. But again, I mentioned Butler earlier. This is a president that has, I hate to say, been there, done that, because I think this was less of an incident than that was. But this is also a president who understands the power of the media, and when they did not, as I said earlier, when they did not pull that seal off the podium, there was a sneaking suspicion something was happening.
Yeah, because that goes pretty quickly, doesn't it?
That does go pretty quickly, yes.
So the other thing is that presidents never want to look like they're hiding from something, and I think there is an inclination of any president to want to reassure people that things are back to normal. The Secret Service, often, would put their foot down and say...
we are getting at least one report that the shooter was killed in the lobby of the hotel. So it's possible the shooter may have been killed at the hotel, as you just heard, 2 levels below the ballroom where the White House Correspondents' dinner has been taking place, and President Trump, we're told, will be returning, and the event will continue. When this happened, it's got to be almost an hour ago now. The head table, everyone at the head table was evacuated, including the president. Initially, you could hear a bang, bang, bang. It didn't alarm anyone initially at the head table, but then there were shouts for people to get down, and then the president was directed and escorted off the main stage. And chaos ensued after that. Security force there in place, took to the stage, weapons drawn, as people tried to figure out what was happening.
The speech has been written. The speech has been loaded into the teleprompter.
Of course, the room filled with journalists. They also were confused. They lingered in the room for quite some time. Then at one point, it seemed like they were trying to empty the room, get everyone to leave. But now people are filing back in. We're told the event will continue. And so this, as I said at the beginning of the evening, is going to be an event for the history books. This one, absolutely now, for sure, will be remembered. Maybe less for whatever is about to be said and more for this incident, whatever this is. Of course, the reported shooting and possible killing of the suspect in the lobby not happening in the ballroom itself. So was this an attempted assassination of the president, or was it something else? One would assume that the target would be the president. But it would be dangerous to make assumptions until we have actual facts, and this investigation, of course, just beginning tonight. Go back to the live coverage on C-SPAN.
Been ducking under tables, and they came up. They said, "You're safe now. You need to leave," and they escorted people out of the ballroom. And so many of the attendees are not planning to go back in.
Well, we understand Fox is reporting, and our suspicions are that the president is returning to the Washington Hilton.
I heard that. I heard CNN is reporting the same. I can just tell you what I'm seeing from the outside. The helicopter that was circling seems to have left. The police force, though, is still here. I mean, there are ambulances and there are fire trucks and there are police vans, police cars.
Are you in a position, Greta, to see the motorcade coming up Connecticut?
I am not.
Okay. All right.
I'm not. I'm heading toward Connecticut right now, but I've been on the backside of the Washington Hilton.
And the White House is now confirming that the president is coming back to the Washington Hilton. So there will be some type of a program this evening. John McCardle in the ballroom. John, you got an update for us?
Peter, I'm hearing what you're hearing. Actually, what I had heard from some of the folks in the room is that the president didn't actually leave, that he does want to come back, and that he's still somewhere in a secure area. Here, again, that's part of what's happening in the room. I'm also joined by Jasmine Wright. C-SPAN viewers know Jasmine well. Jasmine, do you want to talk about what you know at this point and what you've heard?
So what we know is that we were seated on the upper rim of the ball, and we heard a succession of pops. It sounded like we saw pops get down to the ground, and after the shots went out, we looked at it, and I saw my coach that he had to be at the evacuated. So I was second up, being quick timing. Secret Service moved to remove Jeff from the room, and then we saw them try to basically climb over the table.
Right.
It's good to see the room. The table were seated, some on the ground, really questioning what was happening. It was just some officials down in the booth here, and they said they actually didn't hear pulse. And so it was a lot of confusion. I talked to one administration, so the first thing that they heard, they were seated closer to the stage, was the sound of running.
John, hold that microphone closer to Jasmine.
But you saw the Secret Service agents climbing under the table, trying to remove the cabinet officials. Secretary of HHS, Robert Pitt.
This isn't worth it.
They were trying to find
Terrible audio on this, and they're
Secretary of Defense.
obviously thinking they're going to drop this interview because of the lousy connection.
But it both felt like it happened so quickly, and also it took a lot of time because of the position of the table.
Have you gotten any information more than we've heard from Wing Zhejiang about this continuing? What we know was the announcement saying this will continue in some way, and we've also heard that the president wants to come back.
Okay, I'm going to open up the phone lines too in just a moment for anybody that wants to call in.
Said that whether or not he does come back, because it's conservative, they believe that he wants to come back because it's about his third assassination attempt, and this would be a moment for his president show America to get his the question is whether or not he's going to back in the room.
John McCardle.
It would be on day, whether or not it's that they will.
Getting
John
it set
McCardle,
up.
I'm afraid we're going to have to lose you.
Peter, I just heard you. You're heading out.
Hey, John, we're going to have to cut. I apologize. The audio on that was so difficult. There was so much good information, and we just could not hear you clearly enough. If you could get a better location and keep Jasmine close by, we just cannot get that audio. And we really want to hear what you guys were talking about. Okay, now, I think Mike Dubke
Okay, let's
and
switch
Karen
the,
Bohan, you said that the president probably
switch the
didn't
link in
even
the
leave
system. And there we are. The phone system is up now. There's the phone number to call in if you would like to do that on the bottom of the screen. Here's a direct link to join by video. And there's the link to join by video or phone. Forever. Again. And the conspiracy theories will be flowing thick, yeah. Okay, maybe we don't have audio flowing. I can get the audio back up here in just a moment. Okay, I think maybe our audio isn't working. Is that correct? Are you there? There you are, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Do we have audio flowing on the main channel like this?
I think it is.
Okay.
I got double audio. I got to.
So we do have audio? No, we do. It's okay. We're cool. Welcome, sir. We are okay, right? Just tell me in the chat if this feed is okay. No audio? Okay, so maybe we don't have it seems to be. I'm getting somebody text me saying there's no audio, but I can hear audio on my live feed. Are we live? Looks live. You can hear me, but what about the video? Can you hear the video? No audio. Okay, so we gotta switch this up. I don't know what's wrong, so I can fix it easily. Hang on. One moment. We'll just get the audio back up here. And there's the feed. I'll bring it back up. Here we go. Okay, video coming back up. Then we'll go to this.
We heard,
and I'll put a different link for the video.
Down when the
Anyone that wants to join by video, you have to come in
was looking up from,
using this
from
other
my table. And
the other system.
Senator John Fetterman, I
I'm
don't
doing
know
this
if he
on the
was
fly,
on
so
C-SPAN camera. He was standing up the entire time.
I don't know what was wrong. It seems okay
the
on my
room
end.
of people at the tables were most everyone was ducking down, following, peering around them. But Senator John Fetterman was standing up. He was looking around the ballroom. He was watching as the cabinet secretaries were whisked toward the dais. I found it very interesting that he.
Okay, so you'll have to use the other link to join by video.
The situation.
The phone won't work.
Hey, Greta, I know when we've replayed now a couple of times the incident itself, and Karen Bohan and Mike Dubke on the set with me, we could all hear the boom, 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 boom. Did you hear it when you were in the room?
Was that to me, Peter?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I did not hear gunshots. What people have described as what they thought were gunshots. I did not hear that. I heard what sounded like a tray clashing to the ground. People shouting, "Get down, get down!" And when I turned to look at the dais, as I said earlier, the president, first lady, the vice president, they were gone. It happened incredibly quickly. And then you couldn't, from where we were at, you could
I'm
not
shutting down the phone system.
See where there was a person in the room or a suspect in the room. Everyone was down. The room was pretty quiet. And then the Secret Service, the law enforcement started streaming in. You saw them jumping on chairs. They were quickly traversing the room on chairs.
What's up, guys?
And moving toward the front of the room, moving toward the principals in the room to get them out of the ballroom. It happened very quickly.
Greta, thanks for the update, and I hope we can check back in with you in a little while. It sounds like Greta will not be getting back in. Mike Dubke, we're going to go back and show the Truth Social and the Truth Social post that the president put out at 9:17
Hopefully
this
it is.
evening. Can you confirm that he types those himself? That he takes out a device and types those, or does he?
I can confirm that every one of the posts that goes out, he has seen and approved. He doesn't necessarily type every single one out. That's generally for maybe minor ones. I would almost guarantee you that he typed this one out himself.
That he typed this one out himself.
Yes.
Karen Bohan, has the president's use of social media been valuable to you as a reporter?
Well, it's valuable that we always know what he's thinking. And as a reporter, you're used to most presidents stay on message and they don't wade into certain topics. And this president is somebody who speaks his mind anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know who's more frustrated with the social media.
Okay, so Ian, you were watching this live with everybody else. What was your
it's very difficult
initial reaction? What was running through your mind
when he has a direct access to the American people?
It's weird because when everyone was entering, I had a bad impression and a weird feeling that something might happen tonight. And here it comes. Probably 5 minutes later, we see that happening. So it's weird how things can happen in a real time. It's weird how to express. I will be honest with you.
Peter, do you have me?
Yep.
By the time that you were seeing basically the fanfare going in, I had that weird impression of something would happen.
And so,
well, the whole thing is. This has been an unusual night. It's an unusual presidency. And you would think that security would be so tight around Trump at this point that there would be no possibility of anything even coming close to him. But here we are.
right off
So that's
the top here.
sort of what
And,
surprises me. Let's go
what
back to
about-
the feed.
God, this is mundane. Food service. Has that ended at this point?
I have not seen the waiters come out since some of them were removing some of the salads earlier. In terms of what the program could be, I mean, I would imagine that the Wei Zhejiang will try to give some details. They've said a couple times now, we know you want to know what happened. We'll have more information for you. It seems like the president wants to say something. Peter, do I think they're going to go with a full program with the awards and all the media and
So
those? I don't
these guys
think
seem to be a little bit
but I think they
behind,
wanna do
and I know that we have reports that there was a shooter in the lobby of the hotel. Appears shots were fired. Reports the shooter has been killed. Other reports possibly that a police officer may have been shot, but in a bulletproof vest. And that is not confirmed to me anyway, so I'm looking for confirmation on that. But that's sort of where we're at the moment. The president whisked away. It looks like he's coming back, possibly.
Change the tone.
So even though all of this has happened, it looks like the dinner will continue. So we'll still get speeches tonight. But he'll have to ad lib, I would think, a little bit at this point, because the whole thing has
expect that
the whole thing has taken an unexpected twist here. Huge turn.
Freedom of the press. I don't think her remarks will change that
Yeah, well,
much.
if I'm not mistaken,
but it
normally
definitely
service
changes the
would
tone.
ask basically everyone to leave, and this would probably not finish, or I mean, we would have had a resume dinner, but now they will resume the dinner and, well, keep going. So that's kind of cool in a way, but that's unexpected too.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're letting this happen.
Not being intimidated. Again, he can speak to it as somebody who has had violence threatened and acted upon him. And now you've got a room full of individuals that, what's the old joke? It's not Democrats and Republicans. It's who's ever in the office and the press. That's the true enemies in Washington, D.C. And he's got an opportunity here with an olive branch, and hopefully, and I would think that the media would receive it as well.
And because in a lot of past speeches, President Obama, President Clinton, very critical of the media and the coverage of their administrations. Like all presidents are critical of the media. I think that's fair to say.
They are, but most presidents, I think, are able to put that aside, especially at moments like this when they're in a gathering of reporters that sort of, in theory, they agree with the importance of what we do, but in practice, don't always like the results of that.
I'm a little bit late, but just a minute ago we saw the host of America's Book Club on C-SPAN, David Rubenstein, and the owner of the Baltimore Orioles, and he was talking with Major Garrett of CBS. So those are two people in the room.
And they've just taken the seal off the podium.
Did they?
Yes.
Good eye, Mike. Good eye. Yeah. Let's check in with John McCardle, who's standing right there.
So
in the
maybe
ballroom.
he's not
Okay,
coming
John.
back. It looks like a change.
Yeah, Peter, I know you've talked about the presidential seal on the podium. There was a staff member who just came up and took it off. If you look now, I don't know if you have a shot directly.
Yep, we see it.
But the presidential seal is no longer on the podium, perhaps a sign that the president may not be coming back out. He said in that Truth Social post that, of course, he'll let law enforcement make the final decision. Maybe that means they made the decision that he won't be coming back out. But literally just about 15 seconds ago, somebody came up, took that seal off the podium. Again, they've made the announcement that they want the reporters in the room to sit down. Nobody really is. But they promised that the program will continue in some way, but maybe it's going to continue now without President Trump.
And, we are blessed to have Mike Dubke here tonight because he caught that immediately that the seal came off, the former Trump insider. He saw the seal come down. He knew it was over at this point. Is it over at this point?
I think that it probably is over at this point. Yes.
Okay. Now it'll be interesting to see if he's still at the Hilton or if he has already been returned to the White House. But with the security perimeter that it sounds like Greta was telling us about around the Hilton, it sounds like he still might be at the Hilton.
He could very well be, but if they're making that decision.
And here is the Secret Service and their press release. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and the First Lady are safe, along with all protectees. One individual is in custody. The condition of those involved is not yet known, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. So, and that is Chief of Communications from the U.S. Secret Service. At least we know the location at this point. The main magnetometer going into the ballroom. Have you been to the dinners before?
I have once before, but I think you were there this morning or earlier today. And
you're
you're
the former chair of the association. Yeah. You know exactly where those magnetometers are. Anybody who's been to the dinner.
And I do have the release here as well.
Every single person that goes into the ballroom.
Those are relatively close to the ballroom, too,
yes,
the main magnetometers.
They're close. Yeah. But the line to get to the magnetometers is long.
You're right.
Typically.
But
it's chaotic there.
It is.
And, you know, they
And we're about to get an announcement from the podium.
Here's Weijia Zhang, CBS News.
It's a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days. And that he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think about how fragile they are. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. So
I'm getting the feed lined up
God
for the news
everybody's
conference.
Safe. And thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. Thank you.
Well, with that said, it looks like we'll be hearing from the president in about 30 minutes. And in that meantime, we do want to hear from our viewers as well. We're going to put the numbers up on the screen. 202 is the area code. 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, and 748-8002 for Independents. Now, Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. Mike Dubke, former communications director in the first Trump administration. I want to note that when Weijia was speaking, we were all listening very intently, but when she said that the president was holding a press conference in 30 minutes, we all laughed. Why did we laugh? I mean, I think we all found it relieving or amusing. I'm not sure.
Amusing, but also a little odd that a journalist is announcing that the president is holding a press conference instead of a press secretary. I mean, it was a little strange, and it was the first indication that we got that the president will be speaking publicly. You know, he had written on Truth Social that he wanted the show to go on, but he still does want to speak publicly.
Why did you laugh?
I laughed because it just quickly dawned on me that the president got one up on the press once again. That's what went through my head when I heard that. He's not only is the dinner now, I think, officially over. There's only going to be one speaker tonight, and that's going to be the president, and he's going to get to say whatever he wants to say in the confines, the safe confines of the White House. So That was the humor I found in it.
And the fact that he wants to do the dinner, or Wei Zhejiang said that he wants to do the dinner and reschedule in 30 days.
These are not small affairs to put on. They are not inexpensive, and it'll be hard to find that ballroom. So I think it's fantastic he made that offer. I will be very curious how they
Karen
pull this
Bohan, you were
off.
White House Correspondents Association president in 2011-12. Does this take about a week to put together?
It takes months. It literally takes months.
After tonight's dinner, would they start planning next year's already?
Yeah, immediately after. You know, in 2011, I immediately began planning for the dinner in 2012. You know, that starts with finding the entertainment, which presumably doesn't have an issue there because presumably Oz Perlman would return for that. But all of the logistics around the dinner, I mean, you're talking about an event with 2,600 people and all of that security and all of the news organizations that participate.
Well,
I have a little bit of footage from the lobby where the
law enforcement has requested
shooter was
that we
apparently
leave the premises
neutralized.
consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. So it sounds like he is still at the Hilton. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. President Donald J. Trump. Mike Dubke, as the Trump interpreter.
Okay, let's go to the footage from the front lobby.
Everybody's good. Nice. He said 1 shooter, 2 weapons. It is now a crime scene. Secret Service is in custody, has the person in custody. Everything's okay. 1 shooter, no, we know so far.
Okay, so that was what was just moments ago.
Condition is a Trumpism.
I would, if you're asking me my expert opinion, that's what I would say.
All right, one more time before he has to exit the ballroom. John McArdle is at the Washington Hilton. Mr. McArdle, any updates that we don't know yet? John is not in the ballroom, or if he is, he cannot hear us. But let's take a couple calls from our viewers, see what their reaction is to this. And we'll take those calls right after. One more time, let's replay the events.
And other reactions, other angles now coming in.
Hour and a half ago. And this is what happened, and this is what caused the tumbling of events. Let's watch. And that was about 8:25 this evening. Mike Dubke, we were walking through that.
We also have this angle that has just been posted.
Stay down,
Katie, do you have all your stuff?
Yep, I'm fine. Go. Stand by. Yes, sir. shot back there. Yeah.
And that's the end of that one. Go back to the live stream from C-SPAN.
16th and K, which used to be, I believe it was the Statler Hotel. Right. And the reason that this dinner is at the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, is because the ballroom is so large. And, you know, if you wanted to have a dinner this size, no other hotel can accommodate it.
And wasn't this ballroom designed for this type of event, with a security event on top of that?
Yeah.
So, and the fact that both the president and the vice president, the Speaker of the House, were all...
Hang on, I'm just going to bring that feed back up, but I also have this other clip from Fox. So let's... here we go. I think this is John Roberts.
Guest here at one of our Fox tables, and she was taken up by her security. That's Richard had experienced. As I mentioned a moment ago, Erica Kirk was one of our guests here at one of our Fox tables, and she was taken up by her security, just literally right in front of me. And the look on her face, I mean, clearly, you know, she must have been going back to that moment in Utah, and then remember the event that she was supposed to have with J.D. Vance.
Right.
In Ohio that she canceled because of security threats. So when you consider the number of dignitaries that were here, from the President of the United States to the Vice President to the Speaker of the House to literally every cabinet member, I think they probably kept one cabinet member back, the designated survivor policy that they have when there are addresses to the joint meeting of Congress. But so many high-powered people in this room tonight that would obviously be a huge security issue, which I'd experienced. Is that
okay, we'll go back here now.
The Brady briefing room for this press conference as a reporter.
Very
Instead
important.
of watching it on TV.
Yeah, I think for the reporters in this room, and there are a lot of reporters in this room who cover other beats. They cover the Pentagon, they cover the State Department. For the reporters who cover the White House every day, they're going to want to be in the press room and be there for that statement.
We have footage too of the protesters.
Have you exited the ballroom yet? Are you in the lobby? Or
managed to get into the front lobby.
Because we still see people in the
but
ballroom.
I don't know if any of these people were the shooter or even involved with the shooter.
I don't hear John.
Associated in any way, but we have the footage.
I think we...
Here we go.
For threatening genocide, for kidnapping Nicolas Maduro, for overseeing targeted strikes that killed over 180 people on boats in the Caribbean. Arrest Pete Hegseth! Arrest Pete Hegseth for war crimes! Arrest Pete Hegseth for war crimes! For overseeing the targeted strikes over 180 boats in the Caribbean. For actively planning on a war in Cuba based on an illegitimate justification. For threatening.
And okay, we'll go back to the live feed again.
I'm a high school teacher. You know, trying to deal with this. You know, we're supposed to have freedom of the press, freedom of speech. Now it's like every single thing. It's like we have to be concerned about: are we truly facing some type of, like, you know, is this a false flag? I hope not. I don't want to even say that, but like, as a concerned citizen here, we're like, what can we do? Like, what's the next steps? Where are our leaders here?
Donnie, thank you very much. What do you teach in high school?
I'm a high school business teacher.
Okay. So is this, you know, we often on this night, when the White House Correspondents' Dinner is happening, get calls from college students and high school students who have either been assigned or are just watching it on their own. Donnie, do you think your students are connected to the larger world?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this is something that they take seriously, and they want to be vocal about, and they want to participate in. And I think this type of thing like truly scares them. And you know, I'm 38 years old. I'm a millennial. Like I feel like we've been through a lot. So you know, this type of thing, unfortunately, just kind of seems like run of the mill. I hope that we are able to, you know, do something about this. But I do think that my students, they want to be active. They want to do what they can. They want to, you know, they want to take a part in trying to be on the right side of things. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Donnie, thank you for calling in.
Okay, give me your thoughts there, Ian.
Right here in Washington, D.C., a Democrat.
Well, I was actually thinking about what would Trump would do with that in the media, because I'm sure that Trump will use that as a medium to exert what he's doing, and probably even on the contrary, I will say that the media will also use that in a certain way. So we'll see how that's play out in the propaganda machine.
Yes, I expect he will get a bump in the polls. His approval rating will go up, I expect, as a result of this. So he'll use it to his advantage that way, and the reports that he wanted to come back and continue will weigh in his favor. The fact that he's doing this news conference immediately after will also favor him. And I think that the next time we have this event, and within 30 days, we're told, I think it'll be heavily watched. I bet you they get record ratings, which will no doubt please the president.
For freedom of speech, what this means for people.
Yeah, I see a lot of people trying, probably now already thinking about what was the shooter was a inside job or something to propagate, if you will, Trump's galvanization of power and so on. And look, that's going to get crazy. Also, Trump could also use the protest that was outside of the ballroom to do a message about it.
Let's listen to what this is.
As they work to apprehend the shooter and secure the area, political violence is never, ever the answer. It must end. After Butler, Mike Dubke, and I know you were not with the president's office at that point. What do you
Yeah, no doubt this will be turned into a political attempt to turn it to political advantage, of course, which is normal in a situation, in an abnormal situation like this. Okay, let's get that number off the screen because we do not have the phone system working tonight. Well, this does show the deep divide in the country, the heated political environment, emotions running high. We don't know what the circumstances are surrounding the shooter. We don't know really much at all, other than it appears there were shots fired. It sounded like there were shots fired. Somebody in the front lobby, apparently armed. We're told police or security forces neutralized the suspect in the front lobby of the hotel. That's about 2 levels down from where the main ballroom is, which has a capacity of somewhere around 2,600 people from earlier reports. And the president and the people from the head table taken away. Everyone there was okay. And a news conference is set to begin imminently, presently at the White House in the media press briefing room, where it will be much more secure and safe. And does that surprise you, Ian?
Actually, kind of not, because the tension is there and it's kind of palpable, I think. We could have probably seen that coming in a certain way. Probably not exactly how it works, but close enough. You know that things are close to pops and things are happening right now, so I'm not so surprised much.
Yes.
More stupefied of the moment.
You think the evening is going
And we have another angle, so I'll bring you that video here as we wait for the news conference to begin.
Hear emotion in her voice, which is very understandable.
Okay, this is what it looked like from straight on. And this happening, yeah, somewhere between 8:20, 8:25 p.m. tonight. Wow. Okay, back to the live feed.
The constant brickbats from one side to the other, and the apparent partisan media in certain circumstances is causing this issue. If we had a ballroom at the White House at this point, we might be able to have that there instead of having it tents on the lawn, which was suggested earlier. But I am just
Albert. When you talk about the media, are you singling out any particular media?
I would say all of it, because it's all become everybody's basically trying to go through and preach to their own choir at this point. You have the Democrats on one side, you have the Republicans on the other. There is no true independent voice left at this point. It doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you, Albert, in Columbus, Ohio. On our Republican line, Karen Bohan. How do you make those, as a former editor-in-chief of USA Today, how would you address Albert's concerns if he wrote into you?
So I think that there is a misunderstanding about why journalists are drawn to a beat like the White House beat. I think for the very reason of wanting to encourage civil debate is why you gravitate toward a beat like that. You want the American people to hear about the issues, to hear the opinions from all sides about the issues. And, I think at points in our history, we have had very, very difficult issues as a country that we've been grappling with. And the role of reporters is not to tell people what to think, but to illuminate for people the issues.
Amanda, Austin, Texas, Democrat.
Yeah, my concern is that this is going to be a political issue when this is just a gun violence issue. This is neither Democrat, Republican, nor independent. And I just encourage people to find some organization that fits, their beliefs, that, their mission calls to them, because this is not a political issue. This is strictly a gun violence issue, in my opinion.
Thank you, Amanda. And you two are not invited on to talk about necessarily political issues. But Mike Dubke, what would you say? First of all, what would you say to Amanda about the gun violence, not a political issue? And the term fake news is often used by the Trump administration. We heard Karen Bohan talk about how to address that. How would you address that?
Well, we'll go with Amanda first. I think this is, I think at the end of the day, this was a political statement, whether a gun was involved or a knife or any other type of violence. So for me, I think I would respectfully disagree that there most likely was some political statement that was associated with whatever happened in the outside the ballroom. On to Albert's point and his. When I was in the White House, to back up what Karen was saying, there were very dedicated reporters that were there. The one thing that I will say, now being out of that we need to remember across the board with this diversification of media as it is happening, that these are for-profit corporations. So you've got reporters reporting for their organizations, and those organizations do have a slant. And it is very difficult, I think, for the American people to sort through all of that. But they have a wide diversification of places to go to get their news.
We just want to show you this tweet that was put out by a Hill reporter. This is Treasury Secretary Andy Besant It'll replay here in just a second. This is him being escorted out. You can see, first of all the people with the guns taking him out, and there's the Treasury Secretary and all his support staff, and just everybody kind of looking around at this point, confused about what's going on. Now, again, at 8:20 this evening, we want to show this one more time. This is a replay of what happened at 8:20 this evening. The President and Mrs. Trump were talking with Oz Perlman, the mentalist, who was the entertainment tonight. And you'll also see Weijia Zhang sitting in the corner. And you'll hear a little audio. Listen carefully. This, again, was at 8:20 p.m. Again, that's what happened at 8:20 this evening. I know we've all seen it now several times, and we will see it over and over and over and from different angles. This is just happens to be the angle that this C-SPAN camera caught. I'm sure there'll be some other angles that will show different video. Karen Bohan, we've mentioned this a couple of times, but just to recap, what kind of investigation is going to go on after what happened to him?
So there's going to be an investigation into the suspect and the motive. There's going to be an investigation into whether anyone else was involved, and there has to be an investigation into the security breaches and how they happened, because this can't keep happening.
And again, you were at the Hilton earlier this evening. What did you see?
So what I saw was a scene where there were a lot of protesters outside, and there were people who were asking for tickets in order for you to go into the hotel. But I did see in the lobby of the hotel some protesters got in.
And was anyone corralling them, or were they kind of free to move around?
So I only saw two, and they were in the upper level. So the ballroom is 2 levels down, and the protesters who got in were on the upper level red carpet, which is not where any of the administration officials would be. They would be brought in through the back. But, attendees of the dinner were having their picture taken there, and the 2 protesters went up there. They had a sign saying, "Arrest Pete Hegseth."
Now, I want to go back to what our friend Mike Dubke suggested a little bit earlier, former Trump administration person, saying, why not set up a tent on the South Lawn and have the dinner there? All the security protocols are in place, et cetera, et cetera. As a journalist, an independent journalist, what's your reaction to the White House hosting the White House Correspondents' dinner?
So it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it is at its heart about the press and about the reporters who cover the president. It is about the president to some extent, but it is really a celebration of the First Amendment. So, to take the dinner for the White House Correspondents Association to remove the dinner from their hands and put it in the hands of planners at the White House, I think would be unusual.
Now we're getting some more social media video. This is from Notice. News of the United States is their media organization. Let's listen and watch. And under the tables,
I would
everybody
point out a
went.
couple of things. One, C-SPAN was the one camera, as I understand it, they're the one camera that's officially allowed to be at this.
The so-called pool.
The pool for this event. And unfortunately, most of these media organizations do not invite their camera crews to the dinner. So you're seeing a lot of camera angles on cell phones by individuals who don't do this for a living. They're used to being in front of the camera and not behind the camera. So your C-SPAN's going to have the best coverage of this, I think.
Yeah, my guess is that be part of the investigation, all that footage.
Absolutely.
Austin is in Worden, Montana, Republican line. Hi, Austin.
Hi, good afternoon, panel.
We're listening.
My question for the panel is, how come the government doesn't do a case study on my great state of Montana? I want to say...
We're going to just leave our friend in Montana to his own opinions on whatever he was talking about. Holly in Zionsville, Indiana, Democrat. Holly, you're on C-SPAN now. What do you think about what's happening tonight?
Well, I don't know why I'm concerned, but I may be, I'm a very normal mother of three, Midwestern. I'm a registered Republican, but I voted Democrat the last time. And I just want to say the fact that there was a mentalist there who we've never had before, and it was because, according to the people that were interviewed early, the president doesn't take jokes very well. And so obviously, when they planned this, they knew what kind of temperament he had. And I just think this whole scenario looks a little bit like it just doesn't ring true to me. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist or crazy person, but I just feel like the protocols were off. The president wasn't immediately evacuated. The seal was left. The correspondents were left. And the president was the one that first made the response on his social media post about wanting to continue, wanting to give his speech, wanting to, and just none of this seems
so.
normal.
Draw this, draw this to a conclusion. What do you mean it doesn't seem normal? Just you get one statement now.
Okay, if this was the plan to have this be interrupted in some dramatic fashion to draw our attention by this mentalist in agreement with the president or the White House, I think that's really awful.
All right, Holly in Zionsville, Indiana, as she says, a Midwestern normal mother. What do you think about her thought process?
The way that this all went down after the fact seemed very normal to me in terms of how the Secret Service reacted, and given that it was probably 2 floors away and it wasn't a direct threat in the room, they quickly assessed that. I'm not sure I'm there. In terms of the entertainment, I mean, the entertainment, you would be better to speak to this than I am, but through the years, the entertainment has changed at the White House, at this Correspondents' dinner. I think we're used to the over-the-top comedians of the past several years, but that didn't always used to be the case, is my understanding.
Well, so also the entertainer for the evening, Oz Perlman, was chosen before it was clear whether the president would be attending or not. And
so there you go, Ian. Like they're already going down the rabbit holes, right? So
when that was announced, I wasn't familiar with what a mentalist is, and when I heard
the way
it was
things
magic,
are right now,
thought,
especially
magic
politically.
Tricks. And
I'd say
he
just about
is
anything is
somebody
possible.
who is very, very entertaining. I actually happened to hear
Did
him
the
on the
mentalist even thought of it? I mean, look, mentalists should have known about it.
Does, but it's
see it coming.
Same sense of a person with an act, and you don't know exactly what's going to happen or how it's going to play out, and that there's similarities.
Okay, so
between
news
that
conference
and
coming
comedy.
up anytime now.
My understanding was that he was going to read the president's mind live, that would have
It
been.
looks like he was doing that when or they were doing
That's what it
something
looked
with
like,
with the Trumps there, and that's when Ouija was like, "Wow, that was amazing." I mean, that's what I saw in the video.
Exactly. And, I do want to clarify that Oz Perlman himself, when he describes what a mentalist is, he says, I have no magical powers. I figure out. You give me clues, and I can figure out what you're thinking. And, he really rattled Joe Rogan by guessing correctly his PIN number, his ATM PIN number. Yeah.
Wow. And I guess he was on Brett Baier Fox News last night and guessed his best friend. So I don't know how this works.
Yeah,
or if
Lindy
it's
is
set
quite
up in
right.
any
She
way,
posts
but,
on Rumble that
was going to be
a
very
mentalist is not a
entertaining. We're looking
psychic.
forward
That's
to covering it. We had cameras on the
that's
floor
true.
with him.
It's a
and
different thing,
microphones
but
so we could catch
I
all
get
of,
the joke.
all of the action as we went. Karen Bohan, when you were chair in 2012, your entertainment, your speaker, your president was Barack Obama, and your entertainment?
Jimmy Kimmel.
And how did he do? Did he cross the edge in your view? I mean, how did you work with him?
So when we started speaking with him, it was the summer before the April dinner. And, I think this is true for all presidents of the Correspondents Association, is we want comedians who are going to make fun of everybody. That includes Republicans, Democrats, and us. We actually told him that. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel is not somebody who would say, oh, okay, you don't want me to make fun of this person, so I won't. So, that conversation wouldn't happen that way. But, I do remember talking to his people about, what he was going to say. And he said that, he would be very much making fun of the press. And, my reaction was that is perfect for this room because, people get that. They live in that world.
We're going to show you two contrasting pictures. The Washington Hilton live. You can see even the tablecloths have been removed from the tables. That staff, they are a machine. They know exactly what they're doing, and they work fast and hard at the Washington Hilton. And then, a mile and a half away at the White House, here is the press room, and they are starting to get ready for the president's press conference. You can see the seal is up on the podium there, and they're getting ready. And that's pretty. Look at the crowd in there too. You can see all the heads of the people who are in there. That looks like a potential tuxedo with a long tie there that gentleman's wearing. I wonder if we're going to see some evening
And we have
clothes.
footage of the from just
of the Associated
short
Press,
time ago,
and
right
he
after
was
the
one of the reporters who was going to be honored with
incidents at
an
the
award.
hotel.
So
This is footage of the president's motorcade making its way back, I believe.
Stay on the sidewalk. Stay on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. On the table.
Okay, let's go back to the live feed.
Let's talk to Cade in Travelers Rest South. Nope, Cade is gone now. Let's check in with Louie in Lincoln, Nebraska, Democrat. Hi, Louie. Thanks for holding. Please go ahead.
Yes, I feel like this is a derivative of bringing Hollywood to Washington, D.C. It's a wag the dog situation. Trump did not want to be at the Correspondents' dinner. He does not like free media, and he's going to find ways through Hollywood to create situations where it's going to leave us Americans scratching our heads on what's going on. Now he has every reason to have a ballroom.
Okay.
Press room at the White House,
Louis,
live.
Let's check in with Mike Dubke, who used to work for President Trump as his communications director on all three of the points that you raised. Well, number one, President Trump did not want to be at the dinner.
I think that's absolutely untrue. I frankly was very surprised he went to the dinner because I thought he was going to be consistent through the rest of his presidency of not attending this dinner.
Number two, he doesn't like the media, the free media.
He loves free media. One would argue that it was the earned media that he got in 2015, 2016 when he was running for president that helped him through the Republican primaries and launched him into the presidency. Donald Trump has been part of the media industrial complex, if you want to call it that, from a very, very young age. We were having a conversation in the green room before we came out about how this dinner has what was Louis's point?
Louis.
That this dinner has become a little bit more Hollywood. But Donald Trump, before he was president, attended this dinner multiple times as a guest of media companies. So,
third point, this is wag the dog. Now Donald Trump can have his ballroom because it's not secure anyplace else.
I think Donald Trump secured that ballroom long before this White House Correspondents' dinner in the way that only he can.
And you know, Karen Bohan, we were replaying some of the old correspondence speeches, the president speaking at the
let's go to
Correspondents'
the
dinner on C-SPAN
White
2
House.
all day long.
This is what it looks like there. The moment as they're getting ready.
I'm curious to see what he's going to say.
I think the whole world is curious. The whole world is watching. And I have the official White House feed established. So we're almost there, almost ready to go live from the White House.
I mean, he did eventually sell the T-shirts
Back
and the
to
hats,
C-SPAN.
but he was far out fundraised, and he was ubiquitous though, because he would say controversial things. Everybody would be talking about what he said.
Mike Dubke, were you working on the campaign at the time?
I was not working on the campaign. I came to the administration not from the RNC or the campaign. I was I was a stepchild that arrived at the White House. But one of the things that we did at very early days at the White House was we discovered and learned that the fastest way for us to get our message out was not a press release, but we would have the president tweet, and it would go breaking news on CNN. Your leader here at C-SPAN now was my nemesis at CNN at the time, Sam Feist. But it was very easy for us, and Sam will hate me saying this, it was very easy for us to get a headline on CNN or any of the other networks, frankly, because when the president tweeted out, the earned media, the media treated that as breaking news. So that was the way we conveyed things.
And Karen Bohan, if you didn't report on some of those tweets, did you feel left behind?
Well, so, you know, every time he tweeted, it wasn't necessarily news, but as Mike points out, you know, it would get our attention much more. And one thing that, you know, I was observing and that I mentioned to Mike in the green room is that, you know, we need so many more reporters on beats to cover this White House than was the case during other administrations. Some news organizations have doubled the size of their White House teams.
And you can see the Jim Brady press room right now at the White House is full. I'm trying to see how much evening clothes. There's Caitlin Collins in a evening dress for CNN. You can see her up at the front doing her stand-up. I see another bow tie up there in the front. This should begin momentarily, it sounds like. In the meantime, Senator Deb Fischer, Republican of Nebraska, was at the dinner, and she had sent out this tweet following after she was able to leave the dinner. It's gone, but she was just thanking the Secret Service and everybody for the help that they provided. But so I apologize for not showing you that tweet at the same time. Peter in Hancock, Maine, Independent Line.
Oh, hi there. Thanks for letting me talk.
So I want to say I'm very grateful to law enforcement that all 2,000 journalists, including your own C-SPAN reporters, are safe and the shooter was apprehended. The press has been called fake news and often ridiculed by the current occupant of the White House. And I, for one, am glad all the journalists are safe. And I appreciate that you guys regularly put your lives on the front line of reporting every day. So thank you for doing that.
That's Peter in Hancock, Maine. Who came up with the phrase fake news? Was that a Donald Trumpism?
He made it famous. There were bumper stickers back when George Herbert Walker Bush. It was don't blame me.
Ignore the media.
Ignore the media.
Vote for Bush.
Yeah.
Something like
don't
that,
blame me. I voted for Bush.
Yeah.
This has been an ongoing kind of push and pull, especially with Republican candidates and Republican presidents, for years and years and years. So it wasn't invented by Donald Trump. He's very adept at coming up with quick sayings that's probably given him. But he's also probably the person that's benefited the most from the press, as we were just discussing before.
Karen Bohan, when you hear the term fake news directed at you or your organizations, what's your instinct?
So, I mean, I think that it comes from a place of not liking to be criticized or having any negative stories about your administration. And in that respect, I mean, other presidents did not use that phrase, but other administrations were often furious at the press. And that is a constant.
It is now 10:25 p.m., about 2 hours ago, is when the incident at the Washington Hilton happened. We have had two guests here all evening, and we appreciate this so much that you're sticking around with us. Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. Mike Dubke, former communications director in the first Trump term. And you guys came over here to talk about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and we started off strong that way, I think. And we have just transitioned into what is happening tonight. So, and we're hearing your voices about what's happening. It looks like the press conference will be starting shortly. Of course, that'll all be live on C-SPAN. But in the meantime, let's hear from Rose in Delaware, Ohio, Republican line. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you so much. I apologize for my voice dysphonia, but I went to Afghanistan as a DOD accountant, no military involvement, or experience. And the news being played over there, I was a little bit shocked that, and growing up with only, three choices or channels to choose your news from, you don't realize how much that has changed over the course of time with all the addition of all these new channels, and especially all the news channels. But I was on 4 different bases, but when in Kabul, I was there for the Bin Laden ordeal, hearing the streets are hot, could possibly turn hot on us. But I'd watch the news at mealtime, and it was amazing. Al Jazeera, it's amazing how they were not trying to persuade. They just delivered the news. And it was incredible it took you to a higher level of knowledge. It was, I miss it incredibly.
Rose, we're going to leave it there. Mike Dubke is somebody who had to deal with the media at the White House Communications Office. Would you agree with the statement that all news organizations are trying to be uplifting and report the news?
No. Not at all.
No hesitation there.
No hesitation at all. There are very high quality reporters, and probably 90% of the reporters that I dealt with were of that ilk. There were some that weren't, and even the reporters that were in the White House would agree with me, wink, nod, yeah, we know. And I'm not going to name names tonight. That having been said, when you're in the White House, the diversification of the different mediums that are there, that's what allows me to say that.
All right, we've got less than 2 minutes. A 2-minute warning was given at the White House at the press conference about to begin. But Karen Bohan, if you had to call and you wanted to do an interview with President Trump and you talked to Mike over here, how would you approach that?
So I would ask him, how he felt in the moment and what happened, and I want to know more about what transpired between the time he was thrown to the ground and, when the decision was made that he would go to the White House to make this statement.
And there's going to be all sorts of hands raised at this press conference. How long do you think the president will
I think
go?
this might go for a while. I think he's going to probably only call on people in tuxedos and full gowns. I think he will make a point of the fact that they went through this ordeal together. And he's not, he might deliver one of the jokes he was going to deliver tonight, but I think this is going to be a serious speech, but one with, a tinge of humor, if that could be possible.
It looks like they are ready to open the door. Where does that door go to? Does it go to the press room?
It goes to lower press, what's called lower press, and it's just outside. It's the press room is actually built on a swimming pool.
Right, and you can access that right from the outside, from the patio, right?
Well, yes, there's another door there, but that door right there goes to a smaller area where the press secretary's staff is, and then that goes up to upper press, which is where the press secretary's office is, and others.
Karen Bohan, have you walked back through that door and accessed the lower press, as they call it?
Many, many times. Although the access to it has changed in the Trump administration. You're not allowed to wander back and just talk to a press
In previous
aide.
administrations, though, you could?
Yes, you could.
Well, only to upper press, to be very clear about that. So in
but
previous...
lower press. Yeah.
Oh, yes. You'd go through
press.
lower press, and then when I was there in 2017, the reporters were still coming up to upper press.
Yeah.
I wanted I'm going to date myself in Les Nessman fashion, put a piece of tape on the floor that would stop them at one point just past the press secretary's office. But yes, it was very difficult to get work done when you had reporters just standing outside your door. It was, but they had a job to do, and so did we.
And I tell you what, we're going to be cutting out of here very quickly as soon as the president or Carolyn Levitt, who was she at the dinner tonight?
She was at the dinner.
She was at the dinner, wasn't she? And
she was photographed on the red carpet,
ready to have a child.
I think
very
today
quickly.
was her last day. Yes.
Yeah, and so whether she's there tonight or the president or the vice president, we'll find out. But once they come out that door, we're going to cut to it, and so I want to make sure to thank you, Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. What are you doing these days, and can people still read your writing?
Well, so I will be posting on Substack in the near future, but I'm also doing some teaching and consulting, so yeah.
And what will you be reporting on tonight? I know you were stuck here in the studio.
Any thoughts before we head into the actual news conference here?
Together. So
I
well,
have to
actually,
say
somebody
room,
brought a good point about what would be the relation between the gunman and what happened. Was the gunman doing it into a politicized way, or was it just a gun-related situation? And I think it's politicized. And I'll be honest with you, I would like to say that it's a gun-related problem, but because it's a political situation and all that, yeah, it is obviously politics. So, and I'm sure that Trump will use that as
we've
an
got this.
advantage.
We're going to go over here live.
Supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and
sorry, I don't think that is live. Hang on.
Who has been with us this evening? We have been
It is
unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution. This thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay? And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
They were. I thought they were very impressive. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. You know, I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank
Bye.
you for updating us on
Thank
the
you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you know, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, you know, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. You know, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight, they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at there's great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times, you are in a dangerous job, but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight, we heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
About how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
One in the back,
Right. Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. We really do, but it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Big night.
It is.
Yeah, it's a night to be remembered. For sure, could have been tragic, really. But somehow, again, President Trump manages to get out of a tight spot without being, yes, literally. So very scary.
You did dodge a bullet.
Very scary. And the suspect has been apprehended. There were some reports initially that the suspect had been shot, and some reports that he had even been killed. But I have photos here now confirming that that is not the case. He has actually been apprehended over on our X account. I've posted these images, which have been released by the president tonight. Here's our X feed. Cole Thomas Allen is the name, released, 31 years old. And as you can see, taken down in short order in the lobby of the hotel where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was taking place. And yeah, he was running at a good clip. The president's saying he was about 50 yards away from the head table. Of course, in the front lobby, still down two levels below, so still quite a distance to go. Apprehended well before he got into the room. Taken down. Shots were fired. An officer was hit, but had a bulletproof vest on, saved his life. The whole head table evacuated. And we also have video here, also released by the president. Security camera footage showing exactly what happened. Let's bring it up.
It looked like he checked it twice.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this there?
Here it comes up.
Obviously.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed down that?
18, go for
It looked like he checked it
One more time.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this there?
Here it comes up.
Obviously. Go for
But they got him before he got really very close to the ballroom.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this there?
Here it comes.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a night to remember for sure.
Yes, again showing what the political climate is like in the United States right now. Very divided. Trump saying that these people are crazy. I suppose you'd have to be on one level or another, but people very, very emotional about all of these issues. And if you go too far one way or another, you can get a distorted view of the world, and you can do pretty extreme things. So somebody clearly not thinking straight and trying to charge into that room. Now, Caroline Leavitt, who of course is due to have a baby at like literally any moment, was caught on video leaving and very upset. I have that clip here for you as well. Hang on a moment. We'll share that with you. Now, I've seen a report suggesting that she left because she was having a baby, like right now, but I don't think that's the case. I haven't been able to confirm that at all. So, yes, she is expecting a baby, and she is due to have that baby any day now, but I don't believe that is happening at this moment. Here's what that looked like, though, as she was leaving.
I just want to go find
So, yeah, very emotional. Normally very, very composed, but tonight, of course, pregnant and in a very overwhelming situation. A lot of people very upset there. And that being said, it's surprising how calm, cool, and collected a lot of people were with all of this going on, including the president, who, again, I'm sorry, I'm told that was Erica Kirk, not Caroline Leavitt, which may very well be the case. Let me just double check that.
I think
I don't know if that's true. I'm gonna.
But well,
I've got the post. I think that's an incorrect post because it says on the post it's Caroline Leavitt that I've got here, But yeah, that is Erica Kirk. That's not Caroline Levitt. That's Erica Kirk. But here I'll show you on the feed
Yeah.
that it is posted as Caroline Levitt, but it is not.
Oh well.
So somebody
your
made
fault.
a mistake, and I almost repeated it. So thank you to the person who sent me that information to correct me on the fly. I appreciate that. And you can see that's Caroline Levitt. That's Erica Kirk. So let's get it straight, Rick.
Be
Accuracy is
careful what
important.
you see online, guys.
That's right. Misinformation. Well, so they're going to do this dinner again within 30 days. I think they'll have, again, record attendance, record viewers online when he does this for the second time. Determined not to let these kinds of things, as the president said tonight, take over our society, which is kind of what they try to do when they launch a terrorist attack like this, and that's what this obviously would be. It's obvious that that's what it is, an assassination attempt. Out on a little bit of a limb there without getting all of the information or a specific statement from investigators, but clearly that's the way they're treating it tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird how much I could probably. I mean, I'm sure you could also take some bets sometimes, and be once or twice on the time, or really on top of the bet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, things seems very easily to be looked at. Just for a fun fact, I did a joke with one of our viewers, Lindy, and before Trump started to speak, I said, look, I'm sure that Trump will put that situation or try to sell that situation as we should have our ballroom in the White House who's going to be better than anything else. And yet again, I was right. He did use basically that situation to say how much the security was almost not good enough, so we should probably have a better ballroom in the White House.
Yes. Well, as I say, this will get him. This will earn him, I guess, or afford him some latitude with the media, the public. He'll get a bump in his approval rating, his popularity. Now that this has happened again, there will be an outpouring of sympathy for the president. How long that lasts, I don't know. Still has over 2 years left in his presidency. He has been, in my lifetime, the most divisive president. So I think that is likely to continue as we move forward in spite of this, because even after he was shot in the ear in Butler, he enjoyed a little bit of a surge in popularity immediately following that, but it didn't last. In fact, it's surprising how fickle and forgetful the general public is, how quickly people kind of let things like that even fade to the back of their memories. It's still out there, of course, but because he wasn't actually assassinated, I guess the seriousness of it begins to fade away fairly quickly with people, maybe because violence has become so, I guess, normalized, because it's become so common in society today, with so many school shootings and, shootings in general, killings in the streets. So I guess people are maybe just a little bit desensitized, and I don't think that's healthy, because this tonight again shows how serious this is, how violent things have become, how emotional and entrenched in thinking I think people are, and with this shooter, how even radicalized they can become, or how crazy they can become. We don't know exactly what the motivation is behind this, but whatever it is, it's some sort of extreme thing going on in this person's mind, because a well-adjusted, balanced person would never do such a thing.
Whether he was against something, well, against Trump or anything else, or just, I mean, I don't know. This guy were not well in his mind, and it tells you how much. Yes, there's so much division in the country. I don't even know how many times Trump was attempt of an assassination compared to any other presidency where I don't even know. I mean, for example, Obama. I don't even think that he had so many attempts. The other president before Obama never had that much attempt on their person compared to Trump. I think he's the first president to have that much attempt.
Yes. Yeah, Trump, I don't know. He had the Butler incident, then he had the incident at the golf course. Right?
Yeah.
That was in September of 24. Man, time flies, right? There was okay, so I just brought up some information on that. So in 2016, there was that, oh yes, I remember that, the rally in Las Vegas. And this guy, Michael Steven Sanford, tried to grab a police officer's gun to shoot Trump. Remember that? He was at the podium, and he went like this, and Trump kind of ducked down. There was that incident. Then a year later, someone by the name of Gregory Lee Langang stole a forklift, and his intent was to ram Trump's motorcade, but he was stopped before he got to it. In 2018 and 2020, Trump, there were letters sent to Trump with ricin, poison. That's pretty lethal stuff. And then there were these Iran-linked plots in 2024, multiple murder-for-hire schemes tied to Iran's IRGC, including one involving Asif Merchant, convicted in 2026. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies preventing all of that. There were other arrests and threats related to threats as well. An incident involving a man with guns near the 2024 Coachella rally. There have been various death threats, security lapses. I'm surprised, honestly, that this guy even got in the building tonight. There was an armed intruder, Austin Tucker Martin, shot dead at Mar-a-Lago back just this past February. Trump wasn't there, but the guy got in, got that close. Not that Trump was there, but he got that close to the building. And confirmed direct attempts with shots fired twice. And credible assassination plots or attempts, 4 of them. That is a lot. I don't know.
Yep. So, I mean, we're entering into a historic threshold.
Well, you know, Trump always goes big, or he just goes home, I guess, but he never goes home. I'm just looking up the stats here. No, Trump isn't number 1 yet.
You see?
He's not. Gerald Ford, President Ford, 2 attempts in 17 days, both while he was president.
True. Gerald Ford.
So he's tied with Gerald Ford for having faced 2 confirmed direct attempts. 2. And so I guess it's not even unusual for presidents to receive like the number of threats, credible threats that Trump has had, but to get that close, I don't know. I think that Trump is, overall, I think that he's had the most dangerous attempts, the most successful attempts in terms of the ability for these assailants to get that close to him, so close that there was a real serious chance of success. So, yeah. Very
It was
disturbing.
close compared to very other attempt on other presidency in the past. So yeah.
Yeah, and regardless of what side you're on politically, you never wish harm like that on any president or any person. So,
it's wow. Tomorrow is gonna be a new day, I hope.
a new day tomorrow, yes. But it'll be more of the same, I expect, and maybe even more deeper division because of this. Because I'll tell you what's going to come now is you're going to see the online rhetoric ramp up, especially on the conservative or the populist side, saying you guys have to stop out your rhetoric. It's the crazy liberal attacks on Trump in social media and in the mainstream media that have led to this. You wait, you mark my words, it'll start before morning, where they'll be blaming people who criticize Trump for having this culminate in this way. I'd say there could be some truth to that because, of course, depending on how ramped up the rhetoric becomes, how extreme that becomes, that can entice people or incite people to do things. If it's irresponsible, if the criticism is irresponsible and destructive instead of constructive, and political commentary is extremely toxic. I keep saying politics is a blood sport. It literally almost was again tonight.
Yep. And Trump has that knack to dehumanize people, and when you dehumanize people, that basically also, I think, a risk of things like that might happen. When you dehumanize people, you probably brought yourself some trouble like this one.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
So I understand what you're saying, and because he does that on his side, people on the other side, in their minds, and because of the actions Trump has taken, which are controversial, especially related to wars where people have died, people have maybe a completely different point of view, and you can see how their minds can go to a very dark place very, very easily. So they're saying, I'm justified in doing this. I need to make this happen because of what this man represents or what he is and what he's capable of continuing to do, la, la, la. Well, it doesn't matter. You don't do this. You just don't do this kind of thing. But fortunately, it didn't get that far again tonight. Fortunately.
Yeah, Trump had some good guardian angel on top of his shoulders again.
And you will see, I think, tonight as well, public officials, politicians, you'll probably see even world leaders posting online overnight and through the morning with their best wishes for the president, I'm sure, and expressing their concern. This is still to come, and we will have all that and more in our ongoing coverage here on Maverick News, which will extend into tomorrow, and I'm sure we will be talking about this a lot more tomorrow night as we learn more about the suspect, the circumstances surrounding this, and any possible motive.
Yep. Well, that was a crazy night, I can tell you that. It's weird how things comes around. I didn't expect that, but I was, for some reason, like I said earlier, when I was looking at the fanfare going in and playing that music while they were going in, something was telling me something's wrong tonight. And shortly after that happened, I don't know what to say, but...
Well, we've been talking a lot about frequencies and vibrations around here lately, and it is true, that there's some truth to, having a certain vibe, right? Like things just don't feel right. It might sound kind of hippy dippy and flower child, flower power kind of thing, but I think in this world there is a certain amount of information you can take from the atmosphere surrounding an event or a room or a person. And even tonight, I do agree that tonight it didn't feel like a sort of a normal night. And even heading into this White House Correspondents' dinner this evening, it didn't. It felt like there was something just a little bit off center about the whole thing. I was just attributing it to the proposed boycott or walkout, the protests, the fact that Trump hadn't been there before, so there was a lot of tension, and maybe that's all it was. But then there was this this thing happening down into the center, and you know what it shows too, Dragon? Well, you go ahead. Yeah.
Maybe it was something in your sensation. I mean, you were feeling off yourself, like, sometimes you're organized into your when you starting your program, right? But then something start like off, you feel like compabulated because something comes in the between, but it's in your mind, it's not something that happened in front of you, and then you go like, yeah, something's wrong here, and there you go, you got that situation happening.
And what does this actually show us tonight as well? When you're talking about events like this, or even protests, there are always layers to these things. Where tonight we had an event in a ballroom where everybody had been screened. It was journalists. It was so you had people there with a common purpose, right? But then outside you had protesters, and I'm sure that within the protest, it wasn't just one protest. There were probably multiple protests going on outside with various groups running those protests. You could look at it as a one blanket thing, but you had all these different things going on at the same time. And among them, you also have this would-be shooter who did shoot a police officer in the bulletproof vest, but this lone assassin, perhaps, or maybe he was motivated by a group, or maybe we'll find out he was associated with other people. We don't know yet, but that was going on there too. So you see how more than one thing can be true at the same time. So it's not always sufficient to say, no, that was a completely peaceful event, or this event it wasn't just a correspondence dinner. It was also a protest. It was also protests within protests. And so if you say, well, this was going on because of that, well, it's actually because of that and that and that and that and that. And then you've actually got this guy armed with a gun who's going in to try to kill the president. So that's true too. That's why when I talk about certain kinds of protests that we've seen current and in the past, when I say more than one thing can be true at the same time, and all these people were there for really, I think, good reasons. There are also people there who are there for not such good reasons if you dig in and you get the information. That's why it's such a difficult job for law enforcement, because they need to balance the rights of people to protest, show up, and at the same time make sure that everyone is kept safe, especially the president, who is obviously a constant target for violence. But they did their job tonight. They managed to subdue this guy. But yeah, you got to be able to do that, but also make sure that people there to legitimately protest get to legitimately protest without infringing on their rights, and the people also get to have their events. So everybody gets to do their thing. Tonight, it actually, if you look at it in that frame, everybody did their jobs and everything went down the way it was supposed to go down. The only thing that really could have been better is that they might have figured out a way, or maybe intelligence could have identified this guy and before he showed up, or maybe some way they could have identified him because they detected the weapons or whatever before he got that far and shut him down before he ever became a threat to that level. But who knows what the circumstances are on this and what lengths the man went to in order to conceal the weapon, get it in close. We're told he assembled it inside the hotel. And
yeah,
so he had a plan. Obviously, it wasn't just something that he decided to do randomly. And man, he was moving when he ran in there.
Yeah. And I mean, anybody could also use a protest, have the color of the protest, if you will, goes around there to pass safe for anybody else, and then run in and get into as close as you can from your target, kind of thing. That also is a possibility. So
Okay, so hang on a second here. I'm just going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. I'm checking for some updates here from the authorities. May have some new information for you on the other side of this. So don't go away. Right back.
We are the Mavericks. Welcome to the Matrix, baby. Hope you like the view. We are the Mavericks. The world is watching. We are the Mavericks.
Okay, we are back, right? So I have more information. Oop, we lost Ian there momentarily. Okay, we'll just take him down off the screen till he comes back. Here he comes. I have more details. I've learned quite a bit about the would-be assassin. Ian?
Already?
Oh yes. Let me get a photo up of him here again. I'll just go to our X account where I posted his image. We'll bring it up on screen here. One moment while I get this up so it's visible for all you guys. Here we go. There he is. That's the man. Apprehended. Name is Cole Thomas Allen. Thomas is what I understand. I may have had the incorrect spelling given to me in the post that I had up. So if it's misspelled, please forgive me. It's all being done on the fly, trying to be as accurate as I possibly can. I may have inadvertently put an H in the Thomas. He's from Torrance, California. He is described as a former tutoring teacher who won a statewide Teacher of the Month award in December of 2024. He was a registered guest at the Washington Hilton. He was armed with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives, according to the latest information. Now, he charged a Secret Service checkpoint, which is where the magnetometer screening device was located, near the ballroom. He did not get inside. He fired multiple shots. We have reports of somewhere between 5 and 8. I think it was about 5 or 6, but some say as many as 8. We will get more information on that, I'm sure, in the next 24 hours. One Secret Service officer was hit, but saved by a bulletproof vest and is expected to recover fully, as we've heard earlier. Allen was quickly tackled at the scene, apprehended, was not shot himself, even though there were reports, media reports, early suggesting that he may have been killed on site. I think some of that coming from social media posts, which were obviously not verified. But he is in custody tonight. He is alive. Preliminary federal charges include using a firearm during a crime of violence and assaulting a federal officer with a dangerous weapon. Arraignment is expected to happen soon. I think even possibly through the night. They may not wait until morning. Either way, he will make that appearance in court, habeas corpus. Trump describes him as a lone wolf and a whack job, as you heard during the news conference. FBI is searching the would-be assailant's home in California tonight as we speak. No evidence of accomplices so far. Officials say it appears he acted alone. And then we just got through that news conference with the president at the White House, and he says that dinner will be rescheduled within the next 30 days. So, we look forward now to what comes next, and that is ongoing investigation, more information coming out tomorrow. And with that, before we sign off tonight, I'll just throw it over to you very quickly for a final thought tonight, Ian.
Yeah, well, again, be careful of what you say or what you see online, because I thought that he was killed at some point, and I was wrong because he's just in custody, so don't always take my word for it on the chat, guys. I'm just a human, and I do sometimes a mistake, and I own it properly, and that's it.
Yeah, and even just this past week in Canada, somebody who had been making threats directed at Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, also facing charges. They are watching to see what you post. You may think it's a joke. They'll probably take it seriously. And when it is an actual serious threat, the authorities, whether it's FBI, CIA, RCMP, CSIS, whomever, they will move in and they will take action, and you will be charged, especially if you're a credible threat, which appeared to be the case in Canada this past week, and now here again in the United States against President Trump. And with that, folks, we will keep our ear to the ground, our eyes open. We will bring you the latest information. Again, tomorrow, we will have an update on all of this at 7 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow on the flip side. Thanks, Ian.
Well, I heard old Cosmo howling last night up on the hill where the moon shines so bright. He was singing a tune, lonesome dogs cry about freedom, running and touching the sky. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Cosmo's got them paws that just itch to roam. He's chasing his dreams, he's far from home. With a heart full of love and a spirit so free, he's living his life wild and carefree. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes. Now the night's getting cold and the sky's turning gray, but Cosmo's still out there, he's miles away. He's not looking back, he's got his path to tread. With every step, he's leaving his path. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. So if you're feeling lost, just think of Cosmo's run. Remember his spirit, his freedom, his fun. And maybe one day, when you're feeling low, you'll find your own freedom and let your spirit go. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. A heart full of love and a spirit so free. He's living his life wild and carefree. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard a bird. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.